Hey there, everybody, and welcome to The Vice. We are celebrating our 90th episode today and are super excited about it. And looking forward to having you guys all here with us as we do our thing. We got quite a story to tell today as we continue on with our um, the celebration of the solstice here in Falcon's Crest. That's the city up on the plateau that you see there behind me. I got my mirror on. But yeah, no. So we will be with the party as many things have gone on. They started their morning off at sunrise with last episode where they had to journey to the ill-fated battlefield or the battlefield of the ill-fated last army of the humans back in the Sylvan War to discover the secrets that lay there. And then we move on towards the middle of the day. We're going to wrap up there and move on towards the middle of the day where Luna is assisting another young Air Genasi who is to become sort of the leader of the Stone Druids. Go through his Rite of Echoes, which is sort of an interesting ceremony that the Stone Druids pass through, as they are the keeper of the echoes, which are sort of the spirits of possibility. People's the echoes that ripple out from a person's impact on the world. Hey, Hawkeye, how you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Sorry to leave you hanging there. I think you're the first to join us. Maybe just a few others are starting to trickle in right now. But yeah, so we've got that going on. It is our 90th, if you can believe it, 90th episode. And we have been going for, golly, we're up on getting close to, I guess we're probably 28 months, something like that, from when we started. Oop, sorry, chat is blocking the timer. There, we'll put it down here. And oh yeah, all y'all freezing up there. I do not envy you. I don't like the cold weather at all. And when it's below, golly, when it's below 70, truly. But if it's below 60 here in Florida, I am miserable. Hey, Rizon, thanks for the follow. I do appreciate it. I got my sweatshirt on today. Actually, I'm hoping that it's going to warm up a little bit here. I'm on the sunny side of the house, so. Episode 90 New Titans, who's been here since the beginning, all but 31 Fahrenheit. That's still like lower. That's still like below freezing, dude. I just can't even. I can't even. VK with a sub, 13 months in a row. Woo! Thanks, VK. Appreciate it. Hey, Vex Mortalis. Hey, thanks, Alicia, for sending your friend over. I hope you all have a good time. There is a lot of lore that's all sort of coming together, but I think it's going to be exciting as a standalone episode as well. There's going to be a big giant lore dump, probably this sometime during this episode, so you might catch up on quite a bit of it. A lot of the things that the party's been chasing for. Hey, Gem Songs! Woohoo! Thanks for the sub. A lot of the things that the party has been sort of exploring and discovering literally for the last 90 episodes, 90 sessions. I mean, I guess if you do the math out from that is, 360 hours of gameplay are starting to all come together right here, right now, as some of the big secrets of the world are being revealed. And, excuse me as I take my... Ugh. It's like, start getting under the lights, you forget how warm the lights are. So lots of the secrets of the world have started to be revealed. One of them, which was outstanding, as I said, was the secret of the last human army. Why the elves, after soundly seeming like defeating the last army of the humans, surrendered unconditionally to the humans and then put themselves pretty much in like indentured servitude to them for a generation. So some of that was answered last. Hey, Jim Song! Hey! Woohoo! Thanks for getting Vex in on the subscriptions. I was going to say that. Whoops, moved the wrong thing. Should move the clock. Move the clock over there so I don't keep flexing in front of it. the flex eclipse of the timer. Right? There we go. Show off those flexes. But yeah, no. So lots of cool stuff. Like I said, we've got new art. We love all of our artists who have created art for our campaign through the years. Fan art, some commissioned art, some names you'll recognize from out there if you're a Critter or Critical Role fan. But yeah, we've got new art of all of our characters that is being debuted, new tokens, and I have a little something to share with you and the cast, something that none of them realized that I was up to. So that's going to be fun as well. Oh, I forgot. I need to go into studio mode and actually get people in the right spots and such. I've got like an episode to run and things and stuff and things. Axel boy, look at that. Axel and Celia landed in their right spot. Oh my God, did everyone land? All but everyone landed in their right spot. Just Luna and Luck are swapped. That's kind of crazy. Don't mind me as I try to multitask, which is not my strongest thing, as I'm putting people into their little corners of the world over on the other page. Hawkeye with the sub for Josie U. Thank you. All y'all stay warm up there. Grab a hot cuppa, whatever, or a cold, frosty adult one. Whatever your drink is choice in. Big part is stay hydrated. In cold weather, too. A little D&D fitness tip there. Hashtag D&D fitness. Yeah, actually, and also I have to thank my good friends at Block Party Podcast who sent me a t-shirt. So I am wearing that today as well. So thank you, Block Party Podcast, for the t-shirt. Lots of fun stuff, like I said, going on today. Some debuts of stuff. We've got some good story to get ready for as well. So it says, keep on dungeon mastering. Mishimi, how you doing? I can tell you, and it's funny because I used to make fun of my mom for drinking it. I am like gotten myself hooked on La Croix. I know it makes me like feel like a decade older than I already am, and I'm already an old man, but damn, I like that stuff. But yeah, so we've got all that kind of fun stuff going on. Thank you guys, everyone, for the retweets out there. Look at Jim's song dropping all of the emotes. Oh, yeah. For those of you who don't know, me and Bird vs. Plane, who unfortunately is not with us today, he has his family in town for the Super Bowl, we make up Bird in the Storm Publishing. And we have one module that's out in circulation. We've got some more that are coming up and some other projects that are in the works. So hopefully you'll be seeing more from that as well. I don't know. Mishimi, it makes no sense why I drink expensive sparkly water. It really makes none whatsoever. But Publix usually has it on sale for BOGO, buy one, get one free. And so then I'm like, it's not that expensive. But, yeah, so there you have it. Highs and hugs from the party. Woo! Yeah, I do like sparkling water. I actually like sparkling water all the way back like in high school 30 years ago when I spent a little bit of time in Europe and was like, do you want flat water or bubbly water? And I'm like, bubbles, because sometimes the flat water was very suspect and usually came out of a sink faucet, which, in the 80s, that's what you did. Anyway, I'm going to hey, Crafting Muse. Hey, V, how are you doing? Welcome, and thanks for stopping by. We are just about to get started with some art reveals and some other reveals as we go around and introduce our cast. I'm going to let them know that we're almost ready. Give me 1 second. I'm going to mute you guys so I can talk to them, and I will be right back. But yeah, so not drinking suspect water is always a good thing. Suspect water is, suspect. But yeah, so we will be hopping over there. And y'all ready for this? Little Vice episode 90. Blows my mind. Just blows my mind. And anyway, we are going to go ahead and swap on over and get these folks live over there. So let's say hello to our cast. I will be with you all in just 1 second.
Already here for you.
And here they are. I will get myself on video here in just 1 second. And whoop, I messed that up completely. Sorry, folks. I forgot to remove this before I left. Hey, pro streamer right here. Da-da-da. There, now I'm gone. And now they're back. Hey, looky there. There's the cast. I knew I was doing something out of order.
We're not here. I don't know what you're talking about.
There we go. So, anyway, here they are. The lovely cast, O-Device, all with their little new tokens up there next to them. But let's go around and meet them before we get into some of our fun stuff that we've got for this morning. We'll start off with one of our folks from down under, who is in the middle of a heat wave, like while the rest of us are freezing. Dragons are cats.
Actually, it was a pretty cool weekend, to be honest. Bit of rain yesterday. It was nice. But yes, I'm Dragons are Cats. I'm playing Vidar Lycran, the Moon Elf Hexblade Warlock of the Forged Eclipse artifact. A sentient sword, and I am here to cut things out. I don't know.
Sure.
Tagline in the making.
It was. We'll workshop it, buddy. We'll workshop it. Next up, we have Good Guy Pie.
Hello, everyone. I'm Good Guy Pie, and I will be playing Luck Goldheart, Adventure Extraordinaire, all the way from Elevation Pit. And, sometimes things just happen. Like, you jump into possibly boiling water and think you can 1v1 a monster that is way above your CR.
Hey, aboleths, they're interesting. It's always a good idea to jump in the water with an aboleth. Always highly recommended. Next up, we have NNG9.
Hello, I am NNG9. I play Luna, our Water Genasi Monk and Cleric, and I will also be playing Iska.
Not sure you're gonna have to play a whole lot of Iska.
Okay.
We've got a plan. Me and Bird spoke, and we got a plan.
Then we will say just Luna for now.
Yep.
Also Resident Huntress.
Hey, Hawkeye! One advantage for everyone with a $10 donation. That goes to our good friends over at Dedicated Endeavors, which we'll talk about a little bit more once we get going. Next up, we have Tree Huggin' Druid.
Hello, I am Tree Hugging Druid. Excuse me, I have no idea what just happened to my voice.
You need to stop pumping helium into the apartment.
I play Celia Rollerin, our high elf rogue. She's doing okay.
There you go. And last but certainly not least, we have Templar Warden.
Hello, I am Templar Warden. I will be playing Hidden by Axel, the Tabaxi wizard, who now gotta think about what he's gonna say. Great. Or what he does say and what he doesn't say. More
Exactly.
specific.
It's all about the secrets, man. All about the
It's
secrets.
like mask. No, I don't say anything. There we go. It's all over.
There you go. Who needs the rest of the information that you need about the Archmistress, right? Anyway, I am Tall Squall. I am your dungeon master, and welcome to our homebrew world of 5th edition. We are, as I've been saying, it's our 90th episode. Lots of stuff is coming together today. Some of the things about our station is we are run 100% for charity. This month's charity is Dedicated Endeavors, which is dedicated to the mental health of our veterans. Start off as just focused on PTSD, but now has broadened its scale a little bit wider. Usually we only go for 1 month exactly. However, they have their big ball that is coming up actually next Saturday evening up in Philadelphia. So I went ahead to go ahead and tag on this day to see if we can make our goal to give them a little bit of extra funds as they go to their big sort of gala fundraiser for the year. So we are working towards that goal. We'll see if we make it. No matter what, thank you so much for stopping in, watching our story. Also, even if you can't donate, if you look down below, right below their logo in the actual text, you will find a highlighted their name, which is a link to their website, because they have lots and lots of ways to volunteer in your own community. They do lots of rucks that they either organize, or the way that you can hold your own ruck to raise money. That is basically a hike with a pack on, basically hiking with full sort of military load that a lot of our soldiers do. And it is a great way to either get involved in your own community or get involved in one of their events that they might have near your community. So give it a check out regardless. We really do appreciate it. So I was going to say, have I gotten all the things, all the announcements, all the stuff? Are we ready for some of the reveals? Cool. So let me
do the thing.
I'm to do the thing. So let me turn that off, because there's another little something that I've been working on. And with our good buddy out there, for those of you who know Critical Role, you will be familiar with this person and their music, as Colm McGinnis has begun writing us a theme song for the Vice. And this is the first minute. So that's just the beginning, folks. And here are our new portraits of all of our new cast members. So you can take a look. We have Axel. I can keep this running so we can keep listening to it. I don't know how loud that is out there. Let me know if the mix is a little bit hard.
Yep.
So that's incredible.
That's pretty awesome.
That's insane.
Yep. That was him like working for 1 week and like, I've just roughed some stuff in. Do you mind if I lean into the violin? No, I don't mind if you lean into the violin.
There's something that just worries me. You said new cast, right? So are we all going?
No, the cast arts. All y'all's new art. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
That's a good. It's like, oh, we're
Oh
all
yes,
done then.
didn't
Yeah.
I tell you guys? This is all of y'all's. We're TPK this episode. New cast next
We
week.
nearly at episode 90. It's all been pre-planned.
You're
Yeah.
hilarious. I know I'm irreplaceable. All right.
Clean slate, all but Alicia. She just gets a new character.
Yeah, exactly. No, I play everybody else, and then everybody.
it's
plays
just her. It's just her.
me. It's just
My gosh,
me.
please.
It's not.
So anyway,
Love
Colm has the next minute and a half to get us to 2.5 minutes. The first 2.5 minutes that he's written up and is going to be sending it along soon. So, fun things. But in the meantime, we'll get back into our story. So I hope you guys enjoy. We had Asa, who, let me put her link in here, did all of our art. She's linked in our tweets today as well. So if you have any interest in having her do some art for you, let me get her Twitter for you. Because her Twitter is Asa Mathinkas is taken. Something along those lines. I can't say it all. But that is Asa, who did all of our art. Discovered her as she was doing a giveaway and originally did just the luck art and then had her do the entire cast, and then's also going to do a nice group shot of all of them together and all of their new outfits as they are, coming up on a level up even as we speak. But anyway, we shall now return back to our story. I need to get us that away, and I'm going to turn off this. Blink. As we return back, let me get my music back. There it is. As we return back with our party, as in the last episode, they had been tasked to go and find the site of the last army of the humans. They followed clues that had been left behind for them, and left behind specifically, it seemed like, for Iska, to sort of unite pieces of her past to somehow break this shroud of fate that had been placed upon the battlefield in order to find out what did happen. Why did the elves surrender after such what would have thought was a resounding defeat of the last human army in this Sylvan War, which had raged for almost 700 years? They arrived at this rocky bald, for those of you from the States or elsewhere around the world, that's kind of like Stone Mountain or any of these sort of, or Yosemite, one of these big sort of granite outcroppings that had been somewhat buried underneath of a forest over the last 2,000 years, but arrived at a clearing on top of it. And Axel, having dragon runes that he's been discovering, used the death rune in order to cast Eyes of the Dead, in a 3-hour ritual that then transported the party back in time to see through the eyes the last moments of this army, and both the elven army and the human army. A war Magnus from the city of Qualvarine, which is our city of art and culture, all of the beauty and horror when you take something to its ultimate level, the art of magical warfare, came up with a simple but diabolical plan, knowing that magic fails once every 600 or so years when the gate to this world opens. He sent his acolytes and minions out to dispel this entire mountain into the realm of fire, holding it there with runes. Lured the human army to the location that the mountain had been dispelled. It was late in the evening. They made camp. And then in the middle of the night, when magic failed, the runes dispelling the mountain began to fall, and it reappeared slowly in pieces and parts as the runes failed and reasserted themselves, basically melding them with stone and then ripping them apart again. 14,000 humans of the army were encased, embedded, or merged permanently with burning hot stone. The elves, the general, in dishonor and disgrace, after seeing what this War Magnus had done and called it war, this horrible act, ran the Magnus through, the War Magnus through, and the War Magnus, having a doomsday device basically in the form of a pendant around his neck, was unable to stop the release of a psychic storm that then ripped through the elven army and laid waste to them as well. Luna, seeing through the eyes of a cartographer, recognized this location. It was one of the holiest spots to the elves, the source of a mirror-like lake known as the Mirror of Sethanane, which in their time was now the Shimmer Salt Flats, a huge salt flat, the lake having disappeared during the Sylvan War, and watched in horror as not only had the War Magnus done this, but had done it at one of their most sacred sites, and watched as this beautiful mirror that seemed to be, to the elves' religion, the way in which Sethanane saw them and then escorted them to the afterlife, basically turned to salt and ash in front of her eyes, as though a cataract had spread across the eyes of their goddess. And in that dishonor, in the following weeks, the elves not only surrendered, but indentured themselves for a generation to the humans for the sin, the stain they had placed upon their soul, what is known as, to the elves, the Fair Malagar, the stained soul, those of the stained soul. So, also at this location, sorry, deep lore, also this location was the second Song of Fate that Iska was chasing after, located in a cavern at the spring itself. After fighting an aboleth, which Luck jumped right in with in the swimming pool, Iska was able to discover the song in the dripping waters of this holy place, and captured the song as her own, as well as restoring the spring so that it once again could flow and potentially, over time, refill Sethanane's mirror. So, we are in that cavern as the spring has just been restored. The statues, sort of frozen Pompeii-like, around and in and embedded in the walls, looking down on the party. We rejoin our group. And so, what would you all like to do?
Do we have everything we need from this place?
I forgot to bring the list.
I don't think we really had a list other than find the site and find the cord.
What are we going to actually share about this? How specific?
They want.
Is there a reason to keep it hidden at this point?
We are just gonna go over what we all saw, right? The thing that really no one should really know about, and the whole spell and how that works, and really no one should really know how to do something like that or ever come up with an idea like that.
Yeah, I was thinking we leave out the specifics of how it happened, but we say what happened, who did it, and the consequences.
What were you specifically asked to divulge? Was it what happened, where they went?
I think it was to find out what happened to the army that disappeared, that caused it to become unfindable, and caused the entire shift of this region and all the consequences. And what happens was it was annihilated by Quaverine mages.
Yes.
Under the hire of the elves.
Yes, under the hire of the elves, but unwittingly them knowing what was to come.
No, absolutely. We should treat the archivist as a friend in this regard.
How would we lay down the information about? What if the information about the Quaverines got out? It's not exactly like.
I think that's generally not something.
Unless one of us divulge it.
Because I don't think we're going to be hiding things from the Archnullifier. Easily.
No, I agree.
The Archnullifier and the Archivist, well, we probably would want to tell her as well. But the Archivist...
The Archivist should definitely know.
We don't need to tell him everything. And I think he will understand that there are some things that we decide to not share, to keep a secret and take with us. The exact happenings of the spell and the failure, and the massacre, the exact details of it and how it occurred, we don't need to share. We want to share that it occurred. And so we say they hired a Quaverine battle mage who did a ritual. Like really, really quickly, like this is basics. Well, I'll maybe embellish it a bit more. But they hired a Quaverine mage who did a ritual which annihilated the entire army in a manner that caused the elves deep shame, and we sort of know the story from there. Oh, and they all died because of the mage as well. And we leave it bare, and we leave it general.
If this does get out and reach the current viceroy, and maybe even some of the humans, if handled poorly, this could spark another war. We have to be very careful if this gets out.
That is why we keep it a secret.
Even telling of the stream bed recovering water again, flowing again, to one day reach down to the mirrored lake again.
Iska chimes in and relays to you what she saw in her travel here that you all didn't see. That this place, she doesn't know, but how it is cut off from fate, that even with the water flowing, and she doesn't know that by accident, by miscalculation, that every fate itself seems to keep this hidden. So for someone to, even with the water flowing now, would be battling fate itself to try to follow it to its source. She doesn't know if it will remain now that that y'all have seen it. But yeah, that's her understanding of what she saw in the tapestry flying here.
Yeah, I see. Well, I mean, yes, that Well, I was thinking about him. If I mean the water flowing is and undoing in many ways the events that happened back there, the effects upon Shani's mirror. Then if that's undone, then perhaps the isolation is undone. That is entirely conjecture. I think that's not relevant. But
Very
we can
good point.
probably explain as well that it is trapped outside of fate in a way. Or it is trapped outside of traditional methods of reaching.
Why explain that? That is not part of the bargain. Answer the question asked, no more. I do not know it is cut off from fate. You can search in vain.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tend to agree.
Yeah, no, so, basics.
Basics. That War Magnus, he's so proud of his work.
An asshole.
I saw through his eyes.
Hmm?
He was a horrible man. Horrible person. Why would they ever?
Because he was good at his job. He destroyed the other force without them losing a single soldier. There is an art to that.
I wouldn't call it, There is
Art would mean there was something to be appreciated.
Art means it is awe-inspiring. That does not mean it is good. You are in awe of what happened, but that does not mean you agree that it happened.
I wouldn't call that feeling awe, I would call it disgust, but that's neither here or there. We can talk about that later.
In regards to this room, this chamber, you can see the remains of the harrowed remains of the dead. I've got to tell you, on a grand scale of things, this is similar to what Ishkan called cleaning the spheres, but leaving traces behind, if not on a very, very small scale.
As you look around, or just glance around at Vidar's direction, Luna, do me a perception check with advantage. On a 19, you feel something. It's a particular pull towards the spring of the water. As you found this place, you can always sense water from your Water Genasi heritage. But this water feels very different, more concentrated, almost heavier, something lying deep within the pool itself.
In that case, she would, now that there's not an aboleth in it, she'd just dive in.
As you dive in, it's easy enough to see. It's almost as though there's another surface of water below sort of the main part of the spring, and you can sort of see this lighter water all but bubbling through it as though it was air bubbles, even though it's water within water. And there is this layer of deep blue, sort of almost looks like it's moving in super slow motion water at the bottom of the pool.
Can I touch the water at the bottom? Can I swim down and touch it?
You can swim down, and as you touch it, your hand, it's almost like it's touching a solid surface, maybe kind of like
a non-Newtonian fluid?
Like a non-Newtonian fluid. I'm so glad I have engineers in my campaign. It totally is like a non-Newtonian fluid.
Oh.
For the rest of you, that's when you watch on the internet where people do a pool full of cornstarch and water, and when they run across it, they stay on top, but when they stop, they sink. Science.
Okay. So, with that in mind, if she just lets her hand sink slowly, can she get through? If she doesn't do it Like if she just rests it there, does it start to sink, or does it just kind of stay where it is?
It sort of stays where it is. It seems to have a more give to it, but it's more sort of jello-like. I mean, you could, but it's strange. It's almost like water on water.
Can she, if she tries to water shape, can she move that water? Does it resist?
Do me
Here
a
we go.
Constitution check, as that's what we've been using for your water bending. Whether you can.
You know what? We got an advantage. I'll go ahead and use that. Thank you, chat.
Okay. On a 13, it takes time and it is very strenuous, but you're so used to just with a flash of thought be able to make a bubble of water. You've even practiced so much, you've made these sort of living snow globes and dioramas. This, to just get a small sphere, probably not even like squash ball sized, takes all but all of your effort. You know that you could probably get more. Remind me, can water genasi breathe underwater?
Yes.
Cool. I knew that because you sleep in the bathtub.
Yeah.
It will take some time. You could probably fill a flask with this, but it would be a matter of taking time and with your 13, it's probably going to give you a level of exhaustion.
She'd do it. That's fine.
Yeah. To harvest a full sort of vial of this. Think of it as being cool molten glass. I mean, it's that kind of really thick consistency, but
high viscosity. Got it.
I'm sorry?
High viscosity. Got it.
High viscosity. So you pull it out. You guys are all up top. See Luna dive in, and she's down there for, a good 15 minutes before finally re-emerging.
Okay. And she's just kind of like looking at this vial, mildly questioning, like basically like she has an eyebrow slightly raised, or she kind of stashes it with her things back on shore.
You good?
The water is different.
For my two, Vidar, because you were within the War Magnus, and Axel, since you were in the Human Mage, you guys can both do Arcana checks with advantage. On a 25 and a 17. Axel, you especially, because the Human Mage was down in the middle of this. It occurs to you that perhaps the water was somehow changed by the banishment, just as though some of these bodies are merged on the molecular level with stone, that whatever water was in the spring basically existed at the same place at the same time and then recoalesced when the banishment failed, forming this super ultra dense water.
Hyper water.
Non-Newtonian water.
He shares this. He does
People water.
share this idea that maybe it was so the water was there and then it got banished and then it came back, but it came back all at once in a single place, so it just could crush together like compressed water. Doesn't exist.
Yeah, but magic.
Magic? Sometimes we do hashtag science, sometimes we do hashtag magic.
No,
Okay?
Magic water. When have we ever had magic water in this campaign? When I have to.
But yeah, he comes, shares that conclusion.
Yes, added electrolytes. It's what plants need.
Added electrolytes and protein. I wonder where they got that electrolytes and protein from.
Is there I'm looking around. Is there any loose stones that maybe have been in the path of the water as it flowed in the bottom of the pool?
Not recently, but certainly there are. You would have to you could dig a little bit and certainly find some of the ancient stream bed stone here from before the incident. That had been basically had the water of this spring running over it for tens of thousands of years, filling the mirror.
There's not one really within sight.
No, do me an investigation check. See if you spot something. On a 25, you can see just the top of a polished stone, sort of sticking through sort of the ash and mud and debris that occurred during the Battle of the Last Army.
Yeah, he'll sort of just clear it away gently-ish, gently. And if it's a reasonable size, he will pocket it effectively.
I would say, it's. I usually have my worry stone sitting right here, but yeah, it's about the size of a small fist, probably a little smaller. Like I got big hands, so smaller than mine. So you're like a child's fist type idea. I mean, easily fits in your palm. Right. Sort of polished, a little bit, so almost kind of like peanut shaped. It's a little bit oblong type idea, but it's been polished by the river for eons, truly.
All right, he will keep it then.
Very good.
Away.
Anything else you guys would like to do in this room? I know, Luna, you did some rites when you first arrived. Iska has knocked the water off the walls so that anyone, especially if Bati, her nemesis, found his way here, would not be able to hear the song she heard. Anyone else?
Can I go to... Is the corpse of the Aboleth still around?
Remember, it was steam. It basically evaporated.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it was. It died in its regular form, but basically, when Luna put her icy fist through it, it was kind of like shattered into ice on top of the hot water, and then
right. Yeah,
it was kind of his corpse. That was part of what made the song.
That was Kyle forgetting that, but not.
No worries. Yeah, Vidar would have remembered.
Yeah. So Vidar's just chilling.
You guys do know a couple hours have passed since sunrise when you arrived, and have other stuff on the calendar for the day.
Why don't we just leave?
Yeah. I don't want to go touching where many people are dead.
I mean, I just have a dress to finish, so yeah, that's my turn. Like, I don't want to touch more dead people. I have clothes to make.
You do have a ball that you're going to tonight, because nothing gets you ready for a ball like an aboleth and 14,000 dead humans who are basically encased in stone.
And a few hundred dead elves.
And a few hundred.
Got to finish the hemlines and then do makeup.
Yeah.
We got
so you guys it's easy enough to find your way back out, to follow the path. You notice the stream. It's a slow trickle. You certainly pass by where it's going down, but as you just that tiny little bead of water slowly making its way, and as you make it outside to the trees, Iska sort of looks down at the little brooch of a bee that appeared in her hand when you summoned the portal, and she presses it, and you see the wings sort of buzz, sort of like a little bumblebee for just a second, and whoosh, you guys feel yourselves sort of. It's not even as though you take a step anywhere. You suddenly are just standing back in front of the tile mosaic of the bees and the blackberries and all of that where you've moved the table away back at the Tea Hive in Falcon's Crest, all of you sort of looking straight at the mosaic. You hear Astra behind you. He seems to almost cut in as soon as you arrive, which is a little odd for Astra, and goes, "Well, there you are. Someone's waiting for you."
I hope they're friendly.
As you turn around, sitting at a table across the Tea Hive with a steaming cup of tea, is the Archivist.
Of course. He says a little too well. For someone who likes secrets, he's not very good with privacy, is he?
Bit rude, to be honest.
Very
He's got this
punctual.
little grin on his face. He looks over and walks, and then approaches.
You actually see the Platinum Dragonborn look back at you and go, "Well, you do remember how the Mirror of Secrets first disguised itself. Privacy is of no concern of ours."
True.
It originally was the Mirror of Peeping,
Peeping.
which looked in on
joke
people
item.
in outhouses.
Right, but he'll walk over and sort of settle down. Is it a teapot or just a cup of tea?
Astra quickly will run and get a pot going. How about the rest of y'all? Do you all sit down with Axel, or do you mingle to somewhere else in the Tea Hive, in the cafe?
Luna would, go somewhere else, and she would actually gesture everybody else to go somewhere else too, because she's just like, the less minds who know this around this guy, the better.
Yeah, the Archivist would certainly agree with that. However, he understands party dynamics, so it is up to you. But he does he smiles at Axel and kind of hard gazes at everyone else.
We can have a hard gaze off. Don't try Luna.
Oh, yeah.
This is ballsy.
Seeing as Dragonborn have sort of, those semi-functional eyelids.
Hey, Luna could keep her eyes moisturized naturally.
That's
Let's
true
go.
too. It would be interesting, a Dragonborn versus a water genasi.
The greatest stare off.
Yeah, it's the greatest stare-off. We'd be here for the next month. Anyway.
No, that's fine.
To keep things moving.
I take Celia by the hand and go over with Luna.
Axel will actually sort of nudge Iska to just watch over Riley for a little bit.
Yep. Iska actually goes over to Astra, the proprietor of the Tea Hive, and just sort of leans on him a little bit and just kind of looks at him just quietly. She is still the strength in her. It's not like the last time that you all had cast Eyes of the Dead where she was all but inconsolable. It's just that having someone for a little bit of extra support at this moment, as she was one of the last survivors of that attack and saw much of it. So you sit down, the Archivist looks across from you, and so do you have the mirror?
Mirror.
With you. Your Mirror of Secrets.
Sort of flips it, pulls out, flips it open, sort of puts it in the middle, sort of keeps his hand on it.
He reaches over and sort of as though asks if he may see it for a moment.
Yep.
He takes it, and you see him make some intricate little motions upon it. As you know, it has many rings and whorls upon it, many of that you've experimented with, but to no avail. And as he moved one final one, it clicks, and you see it begin to glow just a little bit. And the rest of you see just a brief instant as a sphere expands out, actually encompassing the entire cafe of the Tea Hive, and out to the walls. Doesn't seem to penetrate through the walls. Immediately gone. If you wouldn't have really been paying attention and interested to what's going on, you wouldn't have seen it. He goes, it's a useful function. It's a zone of secrets. No information may enter or leave to those who do not need it, who are within this zone.
Well, that would have been useful to have earlier. Sort of looks at it, sort of tries to look over, what has changed and how it's been set up, and then puts it aside.
The more secrets that you gather, the more powerful the mirror will become as it awakens.
It sounds about right. So I was going to stumble my way through in the old draconic. Glad I don't have to do that then. Where would you? What do you want to know?
What scholars have been wanting to know for years. What was it that happened to that last army? Why would the elves, having undoubtedly won, arrive at our doorstep 2 weeks later and not ask for surrender, but surrender themselves? What and how is the Mirror of Sethanane tied into this? So many events occurred at the same time, but no one has what happened in that instant. Our business is of secrets, of knowledge.
What happened was a massacre. A feat of intricate, brutal, cunning magic that, at the cost of no elven lives, annihilated 15,000 human men and women, and others in screams of pain and torment.
But what of the bodies? Why? There's no magic that could hide such as that from divination, from 15,000 people. We assumed that they must have been killed, but there should have been a trail of vultures through the sky to follow to that type of decimation.
Massacre is not the correct term. Annihilation, consumption, elimination. I don't want to provide specifics is the issue.
They summoned a creature of some sort. We have kept the secret of the Archmistress. We have kept other secrets far longer.
My fear is not that it's such a secret as that it's so simple. The archmages that had been employed to fight this battle for them, to win this battle, banished a hilltop, returned and drew the army upon to it, Even a mage, archmage of the humans, couldn't tell the details. He thought perhaps it was just a mirage. He didn't realize that there should have been a hilltop, a mountain where the entirety of the human army was camped.
You see understanding start to go across it, because, of course, the Archivist would know about the cycle of every 686 years there being a blip in magic. You could never dispel that many runes simultaneously, but in that moment, for those 6 seconds, when magic ceases to flow, and you just see it's horrible. Who could have thought of something like this? And I don't know whether you're going to say it or not, but he would immediately conjecture who.
As I said, it was an act of incredible cunning and but perfect, beautiful simplicity.
You could say it was art. And he kind of looks at you with a raised eyebrow, not even willing to say the word.
Art of technique. Yes.
Gwalverine. It would make sense, one such from there. The beauty and horror of art.
Probably shared more than I intended to.
Well.
But that hilltop is there and within the army.
Understood.
The mage, of course, lost his life to the elves, and of course, in retribution, the elves lost their lives.
No
so, as far as I know, the only two that, the only ones who know of what happened there in true detail, sort of just indicates the room.
Understood. Well, you have upheld your part of the bargain. It is now time for me to uphold mine. And he sort of looks up to the rest of the party if they would like to join, as he is about to lay some lore on you all. Do y'all like to join?
Get your lore hats on.
Yep.
Can I borrow one of your cool hats? Good guy. I don't have one.
The Archivist looks around to each of you as you gather a little closer, even if you stay a little further away. You can notice sort of the shimmering bubble as you all come closer. It really just encompassed the furthest outliers of you. And now as you've come closer, it sort of brings you in. Puts one finger, the clawed finger of his platinum hand, on the mirror. Grom delved deep, using the mirror to look back into the Archmistress's plot, her plan and her fate that has brought her to where she is today. Back at that time, you have to understand, it was a different world. The Arcana Mystica had controlled transport for 100, almost 200 years through their teleportation networks. Their whole philosophy, having been founded after the Sylvan War, was the only way to keep magic safe was to keep it controlled, regulated in the hands of those who were well studied. But another faction, which you've maybe heard tale of, the Zephyr Consortium, had a different idea. Magic was to be used, was to be an everyday thing to help all of those, and to combat or compete with the Arcana Mystica, they began making their airships to allow transport across the continents. Out of their airship program, wondrous little conveniences popped up. He looks around to the tea hive. The boiling stones that are used here were an invention from the airship program. They were finding easy ways to make everyone's life easier. This scared the Arcana Mystica, and once the fleet of airships was aloft, the dozen of them, at the same time, public opinion was turning towards the Zephyr Consortium. It also, the power of the Sky Mages, the Griffin Riders, was becoming more and more powerful. The Arcana Mystica seen as archaic and behind the times. Darixis, the sunset city of innovation, its own rising star over to the east. So, as the Sky Mages grew in prestige and power, and the Arcana Mystica's control of magic was waning, and the Archmistress and her circle of seers began to delve deep into divination of how to regain power, how to bring the Arcana Mystica back into its golden age. In one such casting deep into the void, looking towards the future, a voice answered back. A being of vast power, a dragon, which are so very rare on this continent and had all but been extinct. But this one was trapped and needed help and promised aid in return. A being known as Naltua, what we now know as the Netherwings. They whispered into the Archmistress's ear again and again, promising to rid the skies of the Zephyr Consortium airships and the Sky Mages if she would only free her and her consorts from a prison that they were locked in. The Archmistress, whether her mind had already been corrupted at that point or whether she was just in search of power, agreed, and using her seers discovered the nature of the prison based upon old, ancient soul glyph magic, type of magic lost to our world. But she dedicated all of her darkest resources to the study of that prison and the magic of souls and how she could release the Netherwings. She found that to destroy the prison entirely was impossible, but it could possibly be tricked. If you used a soul to open the prison at a specific time when the magic of the world was weakened, so that you could swap in one soul and the Netherwings could escape. The only problem would be that this type of prison was attached to their very souls, and it would constantly try to reclaim them, like a gravitational pull trying to yank them back into that cell that had been made for them. So the Archmistress contrived of a plan. To keep them free, there would need to be an anchor on this plane to balance the pull from the prison. If it worked, the Netherwings would still be tied to the prison but be free to act here in our world. And for the Archmistress, it was the perfect guarantee. Whoever controlled the anchor would have power over the Netherwings. All you had to do was sever them from the anchor, and they would be pulled back to that place of their eternal imprisonment. The Archmistress thought she knew all that she needed to know about soul magic. But magic of the soul is by its very nature a form of chaos, a form of the divine. The thought that it could somehow be bound plagued her until she finally came up with a plan that she could bind it with blood. She didn't know that blood magic and soul magic are equals, neither having dominion over the other. So when she performed her ritual, sacrificing her unborn child to do so, placing it and its soul within the prison, the anchor did not become bound to her by the blood of her unborn, but to the child's father, her first husband, Eldaron, instead. The Netherwings, having released but weakened by the prison, were unable to discern that she did not personally possess the anchor. And the Archmistress, in her towering confidence and ego, looked them in the eye and bluffed. And now Tua cowed to her will. The Archmistress, knowing she was on borrowed time, tried to reclaim the anchor by killing Eldaron. But soul magic is ultimately about love. And Eldaron's soul was bound by love and marriage to his new wife, Ravinia. So the anchor, instead of being transferred back to the Archmistress, fell to Ravinia and out of the Archmistress's sight. The Archmistress kept up her subterfuge with the Netherwings while she madly searched for the anchor and finally devised a ritual to call it to her during the next convergence. This is the time where Grom used the mirror to learn all of this that we know. And with her, with Ravinia, he traveled to Falcon's Crest to stop her. As an aside, so this is when Events of Looting the Sky happened. A little one-shot we did at Gen Con for the viewers out there. After they left, we had assumed that he failed. The Archmistress emerged a few days after the convergence more confident than ever, and from the little we know of the interactions with the Netherwings, they bowed to her will even further, as though her power had grown in a way that it surprised even them. It wasn't until much later that we received a highly encrypted message. It worked. She doesn't have it. It is safe. After that, we don't know much more except through knowledge we have gathered by the study and gathering of the secrets of the world. He sort of looks around the table to all of you. The Archmistress is on the move again. Apparently the anchor has become in play as we approach the next convergence.
In play, like it's on the move, or
It's on the move. It had been hidden for almost 80 years, but its magic has been felt even here on the outskirts of Falcon's Crest. There seems to be the remains of the anchor's touch in one of the orchards to the north.
Is that the place where Xander? Okay, yep, all right.
Yep,
that
the
reaction was
arbor
correct
leaves
then.
where Kel used the anchor to refertilize the land.
Yeah, so Lunazed actually does twitch up like that a little bit, but she does not say anything.
So, what do you do with the anchor to stop it from being the anchor, or is that what we don't know?
What we know of the anchor is, when a person dies, it cannot be held by their spirit for even a moment. It can be transferred through blood or love or the bonds between two souls. But what we've observed is it can never return to one who once held it. And it always seems to follow the generations downward.
Surely we can stop it, pluck it out, like a weed or something.
To sever the connection with the anchor is not within our knowledge. Thanks and wills. Of how to do so. We know that apparently the Archmistress lorded that threat over the Netherwings, but quite honestly, we don't know if even she knows how to. It is quite possibly a balance that once formed could not so easily be broken. Once you break the anchor, you might also break the tether to the Netherwing souls, and then they would be free to not only plunder this continent and this world, but then perhaps even worlds beyond.
The anchor's already been severed from the original host. That's a real...
It has passed
real
before.
threat.
Our knowledge is that it was within Eldaron and then within Ravinia. We assume it no longer is with her.
No.
That is correct.
But it's no longer with that next followed host.
No.
Then you must
It's
follow
lost.
blood or love.
And it follows the soul, yes?
Or the bonds of the soul, yes. This person
Okay.
who carried it, I assume, died or experienced death.
Correct.
Yeah.
who was most important to them? Who was
His brother.
bonded them to either by blood or love or both?
I'd say his
Okay, sorry, I'm just in terms of what the party does know. Does the party know about Kel's first love or anything?
No.
No,
Okay.
we only know about his brother, really.
Yeah.
Okay.
We do know he has a deep-seated love for his brother, and that he wants to always help his brother. So it's that love for his brother.
But his brother
Possibly.
is also gone.
Is his brother dead, or
His brother is undead. Was undead.
he looks interestingly?
Revenant. It's simple answer on
We've
that.
not experienced or observed the anchor being able to be carried by one who is undead, but I would assume they might be able to hold it for a moment before it fell from them as well. Who could it have fallen from the brother to? Someone. Did he have a child?
He did not.
Someone that he loved or had a special bond with, perhaps?
He was... No. Wasn't he good friends with Dustin? Really good friends with Dustin.
But wasn't anyone who... Wasn't that village wiped out?
Yes.
Except Dustin. But you say you last felt any kind of energy from the anchor towards the orchard in the north. Did he say north? I think it did.
I'm sorry, you broke up for just a second. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I think it was
sorry.
my end. I don't think it was your end.
Okay. She's just asking, like, just want to confirm, like, so the last time they felt any energy from the anchor was from the orchard that we know about.
Yes.
Yeah. Is it possible for the anchor to pass to a soul who's then used by someone else?
I can't say. We are masters of secrets, but there's even some things that are just unknown. Who is this Dustin you speak of?
He was a friend of the previous anchor's brother. I do not know if that friendship was a strong enough bond. That is the only connection I can think of.
And the rest of this Dustin's family has passed.
Yes.
And then, like, Kel has more than one sibling. It's the Thunder, isn't it?
Through line of blood, I'd say yes.
Actually, up and through.
Bl-
You can try. It's a good guess.
Different branch.
I'm just,
Okay,
just
okay. Wait, okay, hold on. Zavander is related to Ravinia.
Yes.
Sith
By
Grandson.
She
through
is
older brother.
Ravinia's grandson.
grandson. So it's possible, but it's a
But-
possibility.
It went to Kel instead of his.
Yeah. So
So
there is blood relation there, but
True.
it's
Those are two
still
big
not the.
thoughts I have.
Oh yeah,
think
no,
it's
it's a good theory.
we can add it to the list of names.
I mean, the thing is, Axe was confused. Like Kel's greatest love was
Because
nature.
it said they tried
Yeah.
to go down a generation, right? That's why I had that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I'd be able to find the wave if I was only Aladrin. This would be much easier to find. I shouldn't have been so selfish.
Am I about to need to beat your ass outside?
I mean,
We're talking
whatever.
about world-ending stuff, and you're here regretting over what color skin you have.
No, that is also relevant to the welding stuff.
Stop talking about your magical eyes and use the brain that you're born with for the love of all that is known in this world. He sort of sits up.
I love
swear.
you, Luck Old Heart. Some days, I love you. Ooh.
There's I can't remember his name from Sojourn's Crossing.
The mountain elf.
Ugola.
Ugola.
There
Yeah.
we go.
Iska chimes in and looks to Luna and holds her hand and goes, "What if Lily is alive?"
And Luna will sort of feel for she'll grab the doll out of it or anything and hold it, looking at it.
Axel, really dumb question here, and it probably won't work. You can find things, right? Find people, stuff. Your little mirror thing can find things.
Yeah, no. He checks it. Does it still have the capability of that? Because he's already used the power of it today.
As it was a new power that was done, you have not used its previous power's charges.
May I have the doll for a moment?
Luna will hand it over.
As the doll belonged to Lily,
It did.
Mm-hmm.
he is going to try and use that as a focus for the scrying.
Yep. I got to bring up Scry just because make sure I remember all the
I'm
fun
going to do
stuff.
that as well.
Mm-hmm.
There's some rules on
Because there's,
scrying.
it's very detailed.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They can all the modifiers and everything.
Yeah, so possession or garment. Yep.
If you need help keeping track of your spells, have you considered doing D&D Beyond?
Yeah.
An excellent way to keep track of your campaign and your player sheets. No, we're not sponsored. I just like to say.
But hey, D&D Beyond, if you want to sponsor us.
Hey, yeah.
I will show for you. I have
give us
no
a call.
shame.
Give us a call.
None.
Look, we've got the
So-
best spokeslady here.
+5, -4.
Yeah, +5, -4, so it basically comes out even. So it's pretty much going to be flat DC. But, so I need you.
Target must make a wisdom saving throw.
Yep.
I mean, it might
Okay.
not work. Might work. Holding spell DC, which is 14. Right. Yes. Yes, 14. That's
So
right.
it looks like it would be a
15.
15.
That doesn't work.
Hold on.
Should be a 13. Needs to be to 13.
Yeah, it's the other direction.
Yeah.
Yep. It's really confusing. It's not that it's complicated. It's just confusing.
On an 8. Axel, you stare down into the mirror, and the way this, I mean, you actually all can stare down. This mirror is like a scrying mirror, so you're all able to see. and you can see first the mirror sort of reflecting the ceiling, and then you sort of see you lift out over Falcon's Crest, shooting through the sky and through the clouds. You get this feeling of distance, and as your eye, the sight begins to approach the ground, you see sort of a vast kind of shimmering delta, sort of riverlands, as you get closer and closer. And you sort of go crashing through a rooftop and into a space. It is large, cavernous, and you hear like choral music. And you see a gray-haired gentleman in a tall sort of papal hat, garments of gray edged in silver, a blank silver disc around his neck, and you see a choir in hooded robes, and at the front of the choir you see the small form of a soloist, and even with the scry you hear what sounds like the voice of an angel singing. And you find yourself back looking into the mirror, just looking at the ceiling.
I'll be damned. This complicates things a little. Just a little.
Well, we know now. Honestly, it makes sense that she was to be alive anywhere. Why not with those people?
Because, I don't know, apparently fate has a twisted sense of comedy. Irony, that's the word.
You haven't figured that out yet?
Oh, I'm working on it. I'm really working on it. It's only the start of the day.
Iska chimes in. I don't know exactly where, but that looked like the Dulcimer Riverlands around Highmount. So you can do me a history check if you'd like.
Oof. We do know they came from that side.
Yeah.
I'm going to use my advantage. Thank you, chat. And I will use an inspiration if it's still too low.
Nice. With your 26.
I'm going to take my chances.
Oh.
Just to make sure.
Okay, so on a 29.
22, isn't it?
Well, that was hidden. I'm sorry, Axel's was the 26. Sorry.
Yeah.
So on the 22, you recall your discussion with the priest at the Temple of Helm here in Falcon's Crest. If you want to relay that back to them about their leader, their cardinal, if you recall it all, or I can help you.
going to the notes. Oh God, that was so long ago. Oh, there's so many notes.
Quickly, refer to the notes.
Oh God, okay. Okay. Going through, scrolling. It was such a long time ago.
We'll find it.
I'll find it eventually.
Yeah.
Cardinal.
Yep. In general, the Temple of Helm here, and when you get to it, you can just chime on in.
Yeah.
Had a cardinal, their leader, who had recovered a staff, an artifact, from out upon the Sylvan Expanse, and was assembling Genasi children to form this choir, and was somehow using them to bolster his miracles that he was performing. But after Falcon's Crest, attitude sort of turned from the Temple of Purity and from the sort of taking advantage of Genasi. He was kicked out and traveled west.
All right. Yeah. Found it. Yeah. Celia was also told to look there for her sister.
Mm-hmm.
Your dedication has been noted.
Great.
Can you do a friend again?
The archivist sort of looks around to you, and well, that is troubling news. If the Temple of Purity is now in control of the Anka, which is tied to the Netherwings.
So that's more troubling news. Got it. Yeah, no, we've got a couple of bad news things awaiting us.
A couple?
Just a couple. It's fine. Just a couple, you know. Most of them invisible, trying to eat things. Is there anything more we can add, or we just have a destination?
Destination and yep, and possibly an objective.
How long is it until the Vice opens again?
The Vice will open.
Because we've been here like what, 3 weeks?
Yeah, we're getting close.
Yeah.
So.
Yep, I just gotta get up the old timeline.
This time we can do it the easy way.
For sure. Yep. You're getting close to. Yeah, once you get past solstice, again, it's the same amount of time. So basically, it's a month of 3 weeks.
Let's just hope we don't have to fight Neverwing this time, getting through.
So, the archivist looks to you. Well, leave enough secrets have been passed today.
Yes.
If there's nothing else, I will return to the archive.
You mentioned Spellbook?
Yes, I did. And he hands you a small, sort of thin folio of several notes, of several sheets of paper. There are a few spells to get you by, and are notes for where more comprehensive books may be found. Far more than what you would ever be able to find in one of the Arcana Mystica's libraries that they would allow to escape their control.
Yeah. Well, it's useful. Thank you very much for all the help. I need to probably apologize. I didn't particularly like you the first time we met. I mean, probably still won't like you next time we meet, but yeah, just apologize for that.
He gives you a smile. People who hold secrets are not usually very likable.
Yeah, I came to realize that.
So, a gift of respect. 52 years ago, the Arcana Mystica solved how to block the vice. But when they went to go attempt it at the 7th convergence since the creation of the vice, their walls, arcane barriers that they were going to put up out at the entrance at east and west, were never cast. And a whole sect of the Arcana Mystica, known as the Scarlet Shapers, disappeared into legend. And he gives you a kind of wink and a smile and walks out of the tea hive, walks away.
And he walks away.
About this time, you can sort of see that the Mirror of Secrets sort of kind of, you know, it's almost like a timer. I don't want to call it an egg timer, but it kind of has now sort of ended its Zone of Secrets charge.
Celia looks to Vidar. She says, I took that as an insult. That people with secrets tend to be unlikable.
Well,
I think I'm pretty likable.
No comment.
The reason we keep you around.
I think the definition of somebody who defines themselves by keeping secrets tend to be unlikable.
Oh, wait, what?
As opposed to people who just have secrets.
Astra, more tea, please.
And we're all pretty likable.
Astra goes back around the counter and starts pouring tea. And you see him kind of stop for a second and look down and goes, "Well, what are you doing here? I don't have any treats for you today, Gustav." He picks out a drake with blue and black scales and throws him in Gustav. Ben's drake that you saw curled around his neck goes flying out the door and off into the sky. Little Booger always comes by looking for sweets.
Well,
Um,
can I get it? Can I roll an inside check on what that little funky boy was doing?
So whose Drake was that?
Ben's, the investigator who came to the room at the beginning of last episode.
That mother trucker.
Okay,
that's a problem.
The one that looked like Agatha with the blue and Fanta black scales.
Well played on Ben's part there. Well played.
Quick question: Should we stop that? Group, should we?
You go chase a drake. Go on, I insist.
All right then.
You
Don't.
well, you run outside and you see, Gustav flying over the rooftops, kind of reminding you that the one species that is able to fly in this world are the Draconoids. Drakes, dragons, anything in the Draconoid family does not seem to get bothered by Netherwings.
Because dragons are badass and we all know it. Anyway.
And as I hold my hand up, about to cast Eldritch Blast and shoot at it, just seeing that fly is just like, that reminds me of something. Damn it. And then I go back inside.
Luna, you do realize it's getting close to time for you to head to Lark's Freyne Chateau for Sethander's, where all of you actually have been invited to attend Sethander's rite of the Echoes.
Yep.
Quick thing. Celia looks to Estro, says, "So where's my little one?"
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
She says, "So where's my little one?"
Oh, and yep, hands back. Yeah. Astra's babysitting service for all the pets and familiars.
Celia just looks at Lad Jr. says, "So how's your battery doing right now?" So.
That's where it goes. It's sort of like he went to sleep. He recharges. He recharges when he goes into
solar paneled. Useful.
So Luna is gone. She leaves.
Yeah.
You guys going with? Iska's gonna say
after she picked up the doll.
Yeah.
It's a note.
Iska's basically gonna say, I think I'm gonna just spend the day here. I'll catch up with you at the ball. Don't worry, I won't be late, Luna. I need a moment.
Odd. Gone.
Rest of you guys, you all going with Luna to the right, or y'all?
I'll go join Luna. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a couple of things I kind of want to look over, like real. Yeah, no, I can't wait. I want to look at these today now.
Would you
get reading?
Yeah.
You can read and walk. I've seen it before.
So you open up the folio?
He's not going to. No, he put that in his bag before he did anything.
Sorry, I thought that's what you were talking about. That you want to look at today.
He's going to read that, but he's not going to do it anywhere in open.
Right.
He's, but yeah, he might. What do you do? Spins is. So who's going with Luna?
Lux said he was going.
I think Vidar is as well. Is Celia?
So he is going. Vidar's going, so.
Yeah, so
Iska's
Axel's probably just going to
staying
hang out.
For help in role playing, so I don't have to keep playing Iska.
Yeah, Axel probably will. Actually, he probably will stay at the Astros. We're just sort of stay in the back room and actually just at least keep an eye on, don't split people off alone, sort of thing.
Okay, so you and Iska are going to stay at the tea hive. The rest of you all head out into the street, and it's been several hours. You all came here before breakfast, and as you step out the door, you are immediately assaulted by the sounds of the solstice celebration. It is literally a festival in the streets, on every street. Kids are running around everywhere. People are in big exotic hats. There are jugglers. There are entertainment. The smells of food and flowers everywhere, both of arcane and druid craft. Huge garlands across all of the streets. You see the familiar sight of these little painted stones that all the children of Falcon's Crest seem to create and lay along the all of the streets to outline them in bright yellow and reds and oranges. It is a riot of activity. You hear firecrackers and fireworks going off. The juxtaposition of what you just experienced is almost like an assault on your senses. There are stages where people are singing. Music is mingling from one thing to other. Everyone is in this huge, full celebration mode. Folks, let me know if the mix is a little too hot out there in the stream, because this is the first time using this music, and it's a little bit crazy. So you all head out, and Luna, Luck, Celia, Vidar start heading across from where you are at the Tea Hive in the Windward Basin, up towards Sentinel Row and Lark's Frayne Chateau. Anything y'all want to do? Or I know Luna's probably beelining it.
Yeah, Luna's beelining it, and in fact, seeing how crowded the streets are, she's going by roof.
Okay. You actually find that you are not the only person who has made this decision.
Yep, I figured.
There are quite a few people who have taken to the rooftops and using them. Even the Stoneward Rush, which is this huge street, is loaded with wall-to-wall people. I mean, it's kind of like New Year's Eve, like in Times Square. I mean, it's that level of crowded. It's blast. Luck, Vidar, Celia. Celia can hit the roofs. Luck, are you gonna take your chances going by roof?
Luck's gonna take his chances and walk through the crowd with his size.
Luck, you're a big guy. Yeah, you kind of are the brute squad. You're able to sort of make a path. And Luna
I'm
and
just
Celia can keep
ghosting
an eye
behind
on
him
from above. Yeah.
But he's probably getting caught up because he's trying not to be rude. Like if he bumps into someone, he's like, "Oh, sorry, sorry, sorry." Pop, like a halfling runs past. Ah.
Yeah. So Luna and Celia, you make it basically to the gates of Sentinel Row, and you see some guards up there with heavy crossbows, kind of give you a smile and kind of a down to the gate. They're not shooting at you or hostile. It's just sort of you don't get to play the rooftop game into the protected area of the Diplomats Square.
No, that's fair. I mean, figured it's probably a little less.
Yeah.
Here, so yeah, that's fine.
There is a little bit of a crowd trying to get through the gates, just because the fact that it is people that are already arriving for parties. You have people who are very well dressed, well overdressed. It is middle of summer. You have many people who are in this very fine, heavy finery. And since the mages have done such a great job of clearing out any fog or clouds, it is bright and sunny and hot, and you see a lot of sweaty rich people in their best. Those who don't have magic asking for help to keep them looking cool, dry, and clean, and not wilted as they go in. You in fact see sort of street mages making quite a bit of good coin, prestidigitating the well-to-do in line, or you actually see quite a few air and water genasi who are very much living in poverty, but on this day are making silver and gold by being able to conjure water in a breeze. In fact, it seems as though some air genasi have literally been employed to do that. In fact, one gentleman seems to have employed an air genasi just to keep his cape fluttering properly, for proper dramatic effect. This is the height of the social season for all of Falcon's Crest. So as you wait in line, you see Luck and Vidar sort of catch up, and you can motion them up to where you are in line so they don't have to get in the back. And you guys are escorted through the gates into Sentinel Row. And with that, we're going to go and take our break so that we can, so we don't take it once the story keeps going up. Go ahead, Vidar.
Just real quick, would that previous scene at the Tea Hive, would that count as a short rest?
Yes, you can all have taken a short rest while you're at the Tea Hive. It was long enough, certainly.
Thank you.
Cool.
Let us roll some dice.
So I will turn down the raucous music a little bit and turn you all over to NNG9 while she tells you more about our charity and the station and pun of the week. No, it is not Templar. I'm going to take a quick break, and we will be right back with more of the Vice's 90th episode.
Whee!
Hello, everybody. If this is your first time here, welcome. If you've been here before, welcome back. This channel is run 100% for charity. The charities change roughly every other month. This month, our charity is Dedicated Endeavors, an organization originally dedicated to helping military personnel with some mental issues, and now they've sort of expanded their goal and their outreach. They have next Saturday, there's going to be a ball event in Philadelphia. We're trying to see if we can hit our goal before then, give them a little bit of an extra bump. If you would like to donate directly to the website, you can click on the purple lettering in the description, Dedicated Inventors, and they'll take you to their website. You can check out all the information on events and how to set up your own ruck and everything. If you'd like to donate through our channel, you can click on the banner above the description and it'll take you to the donation part. We have various donation levels for any amount you can add to our spell bank, and at every $100 increment, we get a higher level spell. So $100, level 1, $200, level 2, so on and so forth. You can give us a D10 healing dice, an advantage, which do come in handy. Thank you, chat. And Bardic Inspiration, a luck dice, which is basically a mulligan on healing or damage or any kind of roll, except death saving throw, not those. There's the Party Punch Bowl, random potion, but yeah, look at all the information in the description below. But if you cannot donate for whatever reason, you can do things like share us on social media like Twitter and Facebook. And no matter what, thank you for joining. So, first up, do we have a recommendation this week?
We do. We have Aloha from Hell. Now, I'm sure everyone's aware of the idea of a B-movie. A movie so purposely terrible, low budget. Now, what if you took that sort of concept and put it into a book? You get some ridiculously written dialogue with the most dumbest concepts you'll ever get of a man fighting through hell in and then coming back to LA to fight more demons. There's also a head that goes around on a skateboard that talks as his advisor, and he has magical daggers. Oh, and it's not exactly child friendly. It's got very naughty words in it, but it's very funny.
And who's the author of the book?
It is a Richard Cadre.
Richard Cadre, and the title of the book was Aloha from Hell.
Aloha from Hell.
All right, there you go.
There are some places even angels fear to tread.
All right, thank you very much for that recommendation. And we have most of the people here. We'll let the other two escape unscathed for now. So it's time for everybody's favorite segment, Pun of the Week. What kind of cats like to go bowling?
What?
Alley cats.
No.
Oh.
Everyone get out your squirt bottle. It's like, no, Luna. No, Leisha.
No.
Get into the sea. Go to the sea and get into it. No.
You're welcome.
Find that pun in the gutter. Nice.
Yeah!
Nice.
Two Titans.
Titans right there with it.
Damn Titans.
My pun buddy.
So while we wait, you know what I want to do? Let's put up that artwork and play that opening again. What do y'all say?
Yeah.
So for those of you who are just joining us now and missed it earlier, we have new art of all of our characters. And the really cool thing is our buddy Cole McGinnis, who did some of the music for Critical Role, is writing us a theme. And this is our first minute of the new theme of The Vice by Cole McGinnis. So there you have it. That's our first minute. We've got another minute and a half in our theme coming, or such, or so. And I love it. New Titans. He basically was like, well, just tell me about your world. And so that first part, that droning part, is supposed to be like the Dragon Gust Plains, that then builds into the caravans on the road with that sort of like a rolling wheel. I mean, it's like he's like totally like painting the world, and it just blows my mind. We will go ahead and keep on rolling because we got a lot to get to.
Rolling.
As you all enter in through the gates, it's almost as though that crazy raucousness of behind sort of mellows out a little bit as you make it across the courtyard to Larksfrane Chateau, and where there seems to be much celebration elsewhere, it's much more mellow. Larksfrane Chateau, if you recall, is the home of Sethander's family. It is this blocky structure, very old, one of the sort of original buildings here in Falcon's Crest, one that wasn't destroyed by the Sylvan War. It's only about 4 stories high, and it's sparse at best on the outside, where many of the other ones have much ornamentation, are very lavish. This one is fairly plain and very much what the Sentinel, this whole Sentinel Row and the Sentinel chateaus are all about. They are the walls of this city to protect it from attack. And this very much still has that aesthetic about it. As you walk up to the front door, you see a familiar sight of the Talon Guard on either side. And as though waiting, you see Ephraim Larksfrane standing there, who is the head of the household guard, ready to escort Luna and the party in. You enter into the familiar hallways around the large staircase that leads upstairs into the office where you had first met the Delgarenors, where you first met Sethander. You see standing there in this office, which has the large bay window that actually sort of leans out over the drop into the Misty Moon Valley 4,000 feet below. This incredible view on this crystal clear day of the solstice. And you see Lamarilla, Seth's mother, Moon Elf, with her sort of willowy shape of her limbs, very, very graceful and just black as night hair in her normal blue and gray robes. And you see Sethander there as well. Luna, very familiar with him. He is actually not in any of his forms now. He is just a teenager. His very light blue skin and short, wavy sort of storm cloud gray hair. It looks like it's been brushed and styled a little bit, probably by his mother to, get ready. He's the kid who's about to go to his bar mitzvah. It does kind of have that vibe to it. And you see him. He's sort of looking out the window. You can tell that he is nervous, and sort of over in the shadows you see also the familiar form of Lady Coliena, who is the leader of the Stone Druids, the one who will be doing the rite. She is, as she normally is, dressed barefoot, striking in features. Top half of her face is painted blood red, as you always have seen it, and with one side being shaved clean while the other side is just sort of unkempt blonde hair. She wears her long, heavy raven cloak, and sort of sits waiting for the party and everyone to be ready to go. For those of you who haven't seen it before, there is Lady Coliena. I should put her on a new page, but there's Lady Coliena, Golden Torque as well. Actually, I should just do this.
I want that cape.
Whoop! Sorry, now I just lost her.
Look, if there's any reason to take levels in rogues, it's to steal a cape like that. Yoink.
Just there we go. There's Lady Coliena. And you guys enter in. You see Sethander turn and look. Hey, Josie, thank you so much. $2. Woo! 222. We can do that. We will put it in the spell bank. Sethander looks to you and kind of smiles as best he can. Luna, he's shaking a little. He's trying to hold it together, but he is definitely nervous.
Luna will go. Luna, who's also actually small smiling as well, like go over, put her hand on his. Actually, she'll kind of like grip him by like the upper shoulder instead. Be like, "It is good to see you, Sethander."
Thank you for coming.
It is my honor to be here.
You think we're gonna do this, right?
I know you can do it, and I will help you however I can.
Okay. I'm all ready. I think. You fought stuff before, right?
Yes.
How do you get ready?
I find a clear thought that I can hold on to and concentrate on that.
Thanks, Hawkeye.
It can
Okay.
be anything.
Okay.
It can be family. It can be air. It can be the sun. You hold that and concentrate. Everything else will flow away.
I sometimes sit here and watch the fog roll in, because you can see the air, move. And you watch it flow up the mountainside, and then up over the city. Will that work?
Yes. It's a good thought.
Okay. He sort of looks to Lady Coliana, and she looks back and goes, okay. Time to go then. Very good. And you see in a swirl of black feathers, you've seen this magic cast before when she took Kel away back to his home. But you've never experienced it. You find yourself in a dark place. It is... not that music. It is the vineyard. Very similar to what you experienced before when you had passed through the veil. And in 2 steps, you emerge again to the other side. And you find yourself looking at a large tower structure here in the vineyard. It is huge, but the scale is hard to decipher because of the fact that it is made out of these monolithic sized stones. It's squat, and it just sort of almost broods to the outside of these long rows of the vineyard. And as you approach it, it almost seems like you're not getting closer, as it's sort of shrouded back there in the fog. Even though it was clear back in the city, here there still is that ever-present mist that is a part of the vineyard. As you get closer and closer, you begin to hear drums. Echoing out of the tower. And as you pass through a front gate, you realize that this tower doesn't have a roof. It is truly a wall around a giant bored out column that descends down into the stone plateau of Falcon's Crest. A large spiral staircase wraps around it, and you see interspersed platforms where there are other druids dressed similarly to Coliana. With these massive drums preparing this rite. You all can descend further and further, wrapping around, going down into the ground. The noise of these drums echoing just begins to permeate your very being. You can see other passages that lead off from this, but this main wide staircase that could probably have 5 or 6 people side by side walk down it, made out of pure stone, just spirals downward and downward. Anything you all would like to do as you descend, or just follow?
I think Luna will actually also take off her shoes and sort of stone.
Okay.
Vidar will hang towards the rear of the group.
Okay.
Head down.
Look, we'll join in with taking off the shoes, though he doesn't really understand why.
Okay.
Yeah, boots off too, actually. He's just like, oh, if everyone else is doing it, I guess.
Luna's a trendsetter. What can I say?
Flowy hair is a new style.
Yeah. So you guys head all the way down to the bottom of this. It is probably 100, maybe 200 feet deep. This almost straight vertical shaft, almost 100 feet across, maybe more, that goes down into the earth. And when you finally get to the bottom, it opens up into a large sort of open space that is the bottom of this, and you see multiple sort of big arched stone doorways. And Lady Okoliena, she walks, and you see more of these drummers and ceremonial dancers. And down here, it is actually quite cool. The temperature has dropped from up there on the top of the platform, this plateau, and the streets of Falcon's Crest. It was quite warm, in the 80s or 90s. Down here, it is easily in the 70s, if not pushing down into the 60s. So there are bonfires that are burning and blazing around you, and you can see there's this reverent ceremonial celebration that is happening for this ritual. Sithander, at one point, before getting all the way down, sort of reaches out and grabs your hand, Luna, as this is pretty overwhelming.
He holds it, gives it a little bit of a squeeze, so he knows, yes, she's there, not going anywhere.
As you get to the bottom, Lady Okoliena looks to you, looks to Sithander. Sithander, is this your chosen companion for your right? He nods. Looks to you, Luna. You will assist Sithander in all ways you are capable, pass or fail.
Yes.
In his right. She nods. She motions to her left to a large archway. Through it, there's just a small door, though. And she motions you. Your right awaits you. And steps out of your way and motions to the door.
Luna will look to Sithander and just say, think of fog.
We can do this. And he finally takes a step and starts going towards the door. He opens it, and you step through into complete blackness. You can feel that it is a large room, but it is difficult. It is utter and complete pitch darkness in this place. You can still hear the drums somewhat outside, but they are dulled as the door shuts behind you. And after taking a breath, Sithander lets go of your hand, and you see two large braziers burst into light. And you see in front of you a familiar space. Did it take you there?
Yes, it did.
As you see the giant skull of a dragon in front of you, and a man in shining black armor stand up and goes, "So, just the two of you this time," as Vertex of the Black Dragon Flight prepares for battle. I need you to roll initiative.
Yep.
So, here's how we're going to do this, folks, because we had to make this interesting and couldn't make it straightforward. Of course not. As you all know, Sathander is a druid of the Echoes, which means that he shifts into other classes. Every turn, he will shift into one of you. As you face off against Vertex, your old nemesis, who killed Iska the first time, and without which you all probably couldn't have defeated, as his rite of passage. So it will take some thought of where you are going to be and who might be coming, who might randomly show up behind you, whether or not you're going to be right up in his face or across the room, etc. So it is going to take some teamwork to do this. It is 2 against 1, so it's not the old 6 against 1 that it was before. I will tell you, in all honesty, we're going to see how this goes, because I think there's a very good chance this could go good or could go bad.
We're going to die.
Fine. Yeah. Bel's trial of the world just as in stasis. It's fine.
So, Luna. So just for for Celia, Axel, Luck, Vidar, you are actually Sathander. So you are actually entering this as though you are at full health and with your full spell slots. Luna, you are yourself. So you are coming in off of the Battle of the Aboleth.
Yep.
So works just like Wild Shapes. You die, you're out, and he can't bring you in. You'll be out of the piece. He has Sathander, just like a druid, has his own hit points that go against him when he's in his form. Other times it goes against you if you have been eliminated. Until you're eliminated. Yes.
Question. Will he be acting as if he has our magic items as well?
Yes, you are acting as though you have your magic items. You are limited. For Axel, you are limited to any runes that do not have specific spell components. So, you can't just throw Sithrax in there. But you do, again, because you basically are a projection of this rite. So you will have your flame tongue, rapier, and all that type of stuff.
Okay. Awesome.
So you will have your flame tongue rapier. Lysithea will work as normal. But as far as potions go, 3 healing potions total for the party. And regular old healing potions, and you can use your healing die. You can use your donation healings. Since there's no Iska, you kind of are a little bit short on the healing side.
Rules on the mutagens.
rules on your mutagens. I'm saying since your mutagens require a actual, just like Axel's runes, so I'm saying mutagens no, curses yes.
Got it.
Any other quick questions?
In Vidar form, would he have the legendary resistance?
He would not have his legendary resistance.
Cool, thank you.
And which spells would I have access to in Axel's form? Just
whatever you had prepared for the day. Yeah, because I didn't want to make this super complicated of you having to repeat spells and all that type of stuff.
Question: if I give Sathander some kind of boon, does that apply across characters that he switches, or does it only apply to whatever form he had at the time?
You are applying it to. So, like, if you're give him a bless or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, if you gave him bless, I would say bless would hold across forms.
Okay.
Yeah.
Make sure.
No, good question. Anything else we will deal with as we get to it. So if y'all got your character sheets up, like I said, for the 4 of you guys, I think everyone is there. And looks like Sathander goes first. So you guys will notice when you click on your tokens. Actually, you won't notice. Never mind. I will notice because y'all are all in the GM layer. He rolled a 2. I'm going to make it so that you can see his rolls. A 2 is Vidar. So, Vidar, you are the first Sathander. I believe all of y'all should be able to move his token. Let me double check that you all have. Oh, no, I'm going to pull your token on. That's what I decided to do. Never mind. Give me a second. This was tricky coming up with this one.
I feel so bad because Vidar treated him so bad.
So Luna, you look over to yourself and see Vidar standing next to you. Vidar, it is your turn as you see this person you've never faced before. In shining black armor, helm covering his forehead, 2 wicked looking morning stars in either hand, kind of takes his stance, cracks his neck, and goes, "You barely won last time when there was 6 of you."
Oh, I remember you. You wanted to... Yeah. You wanted to duel. Well then, bring it on.
As a note, the plateau is about 15 feet off the ground that he's standing on up there.
Okay. So I'm going to split Lyle into the penumbral blades.
Okay.
And as I do that, I'm going to shoot him with my I'm going to hit him with the Gaze of the Eclipse.
Ooh, nice. Good call. You do notice that his eyes are completely covered by his helm.
Okay, so Kyle's a dumb.
Yeah.
Kyle's a dumb.
Yeah. Vidar would have noticed that literally, literally his eyes are underneath. It looks like he's wearing a blindfold to you.
Okay, well then, so what I'm going to do instead is, I don't know, guys, I don't know. I'm gonna hit him with a frostbite.
You have Eldritch Blast. You're a warlock.
Yes.
So
but
that's a Constitution saving throw?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay. On a 15, he fails.
Okay, so he's got disadvantage on the next weapon attack roll he makes for the end of his next turn.
Okay.
And I'm also going to bonus action the Hexblade's Curse on him.
Okay.
So 19 will be...
So he's got Hexblade's Curse?
Yeah.
Very good. Now, that only will work when you hit him, not everybody hits him.
Cool. And I'm just going to move just right down here.
Okay. He is going to
It's his turn and not Luna's?
he's going to use a legendary action.
Of course he is.
He's going to use a legendary action, and he is going to use a legendary action and move. He's going to lose a legendary action and move over to just move half his speed over to right there. Just take a few steps forward, preparing himself. And now it's Luna's turn.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I'm sorry, and just for I know you set up it again. So how far is it between? Are the squares accurate, or
if you use your measuring tool, it is accurate.
Okay.
If you, but this, the plateau he is on is 15 feet off the ground. So there's a little bit of, it's a story and a half,
Okay. I don't know. How do I? No, I don't want to move. I just want to measure.
Get the little ruler piece. You are 45 feet away from him in a straight line.
Okay.
And then, but you would have to get that, to get up next to him, you would have to pass a fairly difficult acrobatics check up a 15-foot wall. You can try. Absolutely. You can certainly try. You've got a pole arm to help, so, which helps.
I'm going to actually. I just need to check the range on something really quick. 5 feet. I have to be much closer than I thought. Okay. Right. Well. Yeah, that's still the step of the wind that. Yes, okay. So I know what I will do. I am just going to step of the wind, which doubles my distances for this turn, including jump.
Absolutely. Yep, that'll do it. So yeah, you can get right up in his face with that.
Yeah, if we get a long rest, so then that's there. And kaboom. I'm sure this will be a terrible decision. And then that was my bonus, so I will just attack.
Okay.
So we're gonna
11 misses. 11 misses.
Come on. And then the
14 misses.
Well,
nice +7 you got there.
Yeah, it sure is. It sure is a nice +7. Oh, you know what? I have nope, I don't have that left. Never mind. That's my turn then.
That would be your turn. He looks at Luna and just with his mouth being able to see what looks like blind eyes, his head turns and looks towards you. And oh, you're right there. Yeah, you're right there. He is going to start whipping out with his morning stars. Ooh, a 16.
Nope.
25.
Yes.
And then come swing around. One of them is much heavier looking, more vicious in its blading and its pikes. Well, actually, let me go ahead and roll damage for the first one. The first one comes swinging around, hits you for 6 piercing as the ball with these spikes on it rips into your side, and 10 acid damage.
So 5.
Is 5. He then brings around this vicious Morning Star for his third attack on a 21.
Yes.
For 12 magical piercing, and the acid is nullified. He rolled a 1.
Okay. Well, this is going swimmingly.
Ha! What a genasi.
Yep.
That was Vertex's turn. Sethander. Let me bring up Sethander's sheet. Sorry. I had to move up. Where'd Sethander go? Where'd you go, dude?
Where did he come from?
Where did he come from? Zephanon Joe.
I didn't close it, did I? Maybe I closed it.
I think you closed it.
Sorry. I just needed to roll a D4, for goodness sakes. On a 4, that will bring in luck.
Ah, crumbs. Worst position to be in with me as well.
You will notice on your sheets, you are numbered. In the blue circle is your number, just so that you'll know when you come up. So, Luck, yeah, you find yourself, Sethander seems to be getting not in control of his echoes. Part of this rite seems to be for him to have to think of how to utilize on the spot whatever echo and class pops up. So, hey, Light and Passion. And so you are, Luck, you find yourself here, out of position and down low.
Crap. Got a hand crossbow. Do as much damage as we can. So activate right. Let's go lightning. Why not?
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do crossbow. Hand crossbow's range is 30 feet. I'm gonna need to get in closer, aren't I?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's 10 feet. I should do it. 20 feet. Yeah. And first shot. Second shot. There we go.
Nope. Tink.
Damn.
Just barely. It seems as though as you shoot, it sort of tinks off of his armor.
Fuck. Yeah, that's everything. I ain't got much to fluffing make armor go away.
Okay. You've done your right as a bonus action, so that's it for you?
Yep.
So Luna, as a legendary action, Vertex is going to make a shove attack against you. I need you to make it's contested strength, isn't that right? I know you do these all the time. Good guy, right?
Yeah, it's contested strength.
Contested strength. Oh, saves or checks, right? Or is it athletics or just flat strength, right?
It's a strength v strength. Yeah,
just strength versus strength. So I need you to make a strength check, Luna.
Nope.
On an 11, he actually does push you out of the way. I thought for sure.
Strength is not our strong suit.
Yeah, pushes you back 5 feet and off of the ledge.
Right there?
Yep. And as you fall, you're a monk, right?
Correct.
Damn it. As you fall, he's like, wah, and then you're like, nuh-uh, and land on your feet. Damn it. But you are down at the bottom of a 15-foot ledge now.
I am.
6 backflips through the air.
Yep. So Luna, as you land down on the ground, what do you want to do?
First things first, healing dice, because ow.
Yep.
And hit points are hit points. Thank you, chat. forget and actually made a thing for that. I have all my stuff, correct?
Yes, you are you.
No, well, we'll make that the last resort.
He is up 15 feet from you right now.
Yep. I will. Up 15 feet, huh?
Yep.
Well, you know it has 120 feet of range.
Yeah, I do.
I will use an advantage on this since I'm not rolling great. 21. Actually, let me double.
Just hits.
Yes. Okay. Cool.
You know what?
Oh, let me have this one thing.
Oh, no. I'm actually looking to double checking. His first attack should have been with disadvantage. And I think it still hit. Because he had frostbite from Vidar.
The first attack missed. I only got hit with the...
So
his first attack was 16. He missed with that.
Right. And what I'm saying is it was the low roll. So it was as though it was disadvantage. He rolled a 16 and an 18.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I just wanted to make sure. I was double checking. I was double checking that I rolled his first attack with disadvantage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Sorry.
All right, I should have called that out.
So that's 7 radiant, and next attack against him gets advantage.
Yep.
Let me just make sure that was that bonus. That is an action bonus. Key to dodge. Screw this guy.
Okay, so he sees you dive into your patient defense, crouching against him, and as he sees you go down, he looks and sees Luck, who now is getting close to attack range and seems a bit more of a threat than Vidar did, and he's going to point a finger at Luck and cast Acid Arrow. It's 26 hit. I figured. For 14 acid damage. And for his movement, he is going to back up. He's going to back up here. That was his action and movement. He is not going to use a bonus action. Sethander rolls. On a 3. That brings in Axel.
There we go.
Blow him up. Blow him up.
Yeah, sounds about right. Yep. Fireballs. At the back of the rune, just above him.
Yep, absolutely. Go ahead and roll it. He needs to make a dex save, correct?
Dex save, DC 14. Third level.
He rolls
That's a good roll.
A 10.
Yes!
So takes 38 points of fire damage. Damn it.
Yep. That is a good fireball.
That is a really good fireball.
Oh, great.
So describe to me as how this fireball do.
So Sander sort of Axel shifts into place, looks up. It just points at the location slightly above, can't see him because of the wall, just sort of somewhere up there. Little flicker of ember. Just a little bit of a giveaway before it ignites.
Yeah, so from behind him, this huge rippling explosion of fire goes roaring over top of him. Even in this plate armor that's covering most of him, you can see parts of the armor like all but turn red hot, and you can smell that sort of burning flesh, familiar even from your experience earlier this morning, as he cooks a little bit inside of his armor, and he turns around furious.
As Axel sort of scrambles up, plants himself slightly away from the edge, draws the axe, and grins.
Okay. He looks at you and sees you coming in closer, having seen Luna where she fell. And as his for legendary action is going to go ahead and burn his channel divinity.
Of course it's.
As a huge cloud of acid, corrosive cloud drops upon you. I need you guys both to make a Constitution saving throw.
All right. It's not quite good. Oh dear.
So if you recall, you both take 14 points of acid damage. Both of you, with you inside of the cloud, you are choked by this and basically incapacitated. Your normal movement is reduced to 5 feet, and as this cloud envelops you, there is basically, it burns your eyes, your throat, your breathing, and you guys, your movement's reduced to 5 feet, and you are blinded and basically choking within this huge corrosive cloud. Luna, it is your turn.
Well, 5 feet for regular movement, 5 feet as an action.
Yep.
Healing dice. 7. And for a bonus, do not have a ranged bonus, unfortunately. I don't think I do. Double check. That's too close. It's an action.
It is the TPK cloud.
Uh-huh.
He rolled crap damage, though, for what that normally can hit at.
I'm glad he did. I guess dodge again.
Okay. You go into your patient defense. You see Vertex, still furious with that, run into the cloud. Seeing as he is using with his the armor gives him tremor sense, and acid doesn't seem to bother him, and he's going to take his attacks against Sethander, Axel. First attack with a regular Morning Star comes swinging around, 19.
Yep, that's.
That will do 18, 10 piercing, 8 acid.
Yep.
The vicious Morning Star comes swinging around. Does 17 hit?
17 does hit.
For 7 magical piercing and 1 acid. And then the final Morning Star attack, with a 29. At least it was a 29 and not the 30. For 11 piercing and 12 acid.
11 piercing and 12 acid?
Yep.
0.
And Sethander appears in your place as your wild shape basically has died.
Poor Axel.
keep getting confused with my other wizard who has like 30 armor class. It's like, what?
Sethander, basically coming to the very beginning of his turn, is going to take the damage, the acid damage to his standard hit pool.
So he ran over by...
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I need to be where he was.
Ran over by, I think, 6 points.
By 6 points. Thank you.
Run over, yeah.
6. So, and then the 14 acid. Actually, he needs to make a Constitution saving throw to see if he gets the full or half at this point.
Doesn't it only count when it was first cast?
Oh, you're right. It does only count when it first cast. So the
Stop trying to kill Sethander!
Huh?
Stop trying to kill him!
Well, but he failed when it was first. No, the acid damage
that
is if
form. Right, so like when the cloud is formed...
Because it's the beginning of his turn, though. At
So
the beginning of your turn,
take
if you're in the cloud, you take the acid damage.
You take the original damage?
I mean, I can re-roll it if you want. It's going to only be worse.
No, it's fine. I just want to make sure.
Does the effect still apply?
Yes, because it's 2 turns. It's a 1d. It lasts for 1d4 rounds. Y'all got lucky with Iska. It lasted for 1 round. This time it's for 2 turns. So it'll be there for 2 rounds instead of just 1. It could be there as many as 4. So beginning of Sethander's turn, he is going to take 20 points.
This poor boy. This poor boy.
From the overrun and that, but he is immediately going to pop into his next wild shape. And let's just hope it doesn't hit Axel's number. Which is a 4. Which was that, Axel?
No, 4 is luck.
4 is luck. Luck is back.
It's the best person to be, actually, in that space.
Yep. So, Luck, you are toe-to-toe with Schmo. You're muted, also.
Hold on, there we go. Checking my inventory. You know, I've had this for nearly 80 sessions now, Jay, and I've never had an opportunity to use it. I have a potion of acid resistance. I have no other time I can use it.
I will allow it. I will allow it. I would have probably said that since it's not really you, it's Sethander, but I will say, you know, the whole idea is that just like a wild shape, all of your equipment would meld in and meld out with you. And as this is a fairly standard, level potion that, it's not like it's some crazy piece, I will allow it. You can use that potion of acid resistance.
Gods are merciful. Alright. I'm still incapacitated though, aren't I?
Yep.
Alright,
you are blind, but you also, he's right in front of you.
Oh,
it's like that standard, blinded rules. Short sight.
Disadvantage. I'll take
disadvantage.
Alright.
But advantage, but straight roll because of guiding bolt.
Oh yeah,
that's true. Straight roll because of guiding bolt. A 15 does miss though. If you've got donated inspirations, you can use them. Or save them.
Yeah, I'll use it. This is important. Come on, big roll.
Oh, heartbreaker.
All right, second one.
Your tears, Blake.
Yeah, tears. I have tears right now.
Tears in your eye. Third one would have hit. Unfortunately, you don't have 3
attacks, which sucks. Okay, come on. This inspiration. I need a 11. Damn.
No dice.
No dice.
No, 2 dice, in fact.
2 dice, in fact. But unfortunately, you do not hit Vertex as he is there right in front of you.
I'll throw a healing dice on myself and call it a day.
Yep. As far as Vertex goes, he is going to use his legendary action he links his two maces together and to make it almost like a whip, and does his whip strike with his 2 morning stars at Axel. At Lucknow, 27 will hit for 9 slashing, and the 3 acid will be reduced to 1.
9 magical slashing?
No, it is not magical slashing.
Beautiful.
Only his vicious is magical.
As 5 damage.
Wait, you're not wearing the same armor, are you?
Well, no, I'm not. I'm wearing the elven mail.
That would have been funny.
No, that would have been funny if you were actually wearing the black dragon skin.
If I knew we were going against something this deadly, I would have.
Next up is Luna.
Boy, and that cloud's still there, huh?
Yep.
And I can't really see into it.
Nope.
Okay.
I mean, we discussed this before. There are precautions you can take, as it's basically gets in your eyes and in your lungs.
So I could like water shape around that.
You could snorkel.
Okay, so if I snorkel and then well, what would that count as? That's the question, because
I would probably charge you the bonus action for the snorkel.
Mm-hmm.
For making basically an aquarium bowl on your head.
Mm-hmm. Which means I can't do that.
Acrobatics check to get on top. I don't know whether you can still get in range. What are we?
I am going to 30. No. So I'm going to go around to the stairs, right there, right outside of it, and hold my action.
Okay. It's now Vertex's turn. He is going to unleash on Luck. First Morning Star 29.
What have I done to you?
Which is 12 regular piercing reduced to 6, 8 acid damage reduced to 4.
Good thing I saved this for 2 years, Jay. This potion has been sitting there.
Damn it, on the Vicious Morning Star, he misses with a 14.
Good.
There is a Jesus.
And a 20 on his regular. Is a 20 hit you?
Yeah.
Which is 10 piercing reduced to 5, 11 acid reduced to 5.
Another 10 damage. Just... It's
so we
half
are
health.
now done with the cloud.
After Seth Anders' turn, yes. Because it was his legendary action between Seth Ander and Luna.
Oh, okay.
So, but it's just a matter of who it's going to be on the roll.
Don't I take the damage since it's sort of his turn?
It would actually, since you didn't die, you do take the damage. So you take 7 acid damage at the beginning of his turn.
Wonderful.
Because we did that rule order that damage starting your turn begins. His echo shape. Number 2. Who is 2?
Oh, Vidar.
Vidar, you are in.
And I am
Do that mic thing.
I'm sorry?
I think the mic thing's starting to happen.
Oh, is it?
again.
Thank you.
All
okay,
right,
Vidar,
so
you are there with Penumbral Blades.
I am there, and I am in some form of gas, and this is horrible. So I'm going to get away with that. I'm going to get away from that, and
I mean, you hear the clanking of armor right there in front of you.
Because
yes,
you're reduced to the 5 movement.
Yeah.
Keep in mind.
yeah, that's fine. So I'm going to cast Thunderstep. Vidar's going to get away from this. This is a horrible situation to be in.
Okay.
And so 10 feet within, loud echoing boom. Probably disperses the cloud anyway.
Yep. And so he's going to make a Constitution saving throw.
Yes, please.
On a 12.
Fails.
Man, he is sucking on his Constitution. So what, he takes 13 damage and is pushed, correct?
And is... yes.
So where are you thunderstepping to? Oh, that was the wrong person. That was Sithander. It should have been Vertex doing a Constitution saving throw. I will keep the roll, though. It's a different modifier. I think he still fails. Because what was the actual dice roll?
10.
It was 10 plus 5 is 15, so he still fails.
Yeah. Now bonus action. I guess we're just gonna move to.
So where'd you
here.
teleport to with your thunderstep?
Oh, that's what I'm thinking. I guess I'll teleport up here,
Okay.
just away from him.
Cool.
And as a bonus,
Since he failed, I'll
action-
say he does not get a reaction on you, an opportunity attack. I'm not sure if he normally would.
No,
we're
no,
not going to
no
worry
with
about it
that
right
spell.
now since he failed and we're in a big cloud. There's lots of reasons why he wouldn't.
Not with that. And then I'm going to. Well,
Action, you have a bonus?
that was the action.
Okay.
Bonus action, I'm going to cast. No, I'm not going to cast anything else.
Okay.
I'm going to draw a single dagger. Actually, no. I got the penumbral blades.
Yep.
He's just going to take a defensive stance.
So as the thunder wave echoes through the room, through this loud room, you see as it dissipates this cloud, a corrosive cloud, and leaves.
As soon as that cloud is dispersed, toss in the dart.
I'm sorry?
As soon as that cloud is dispersed, toss in the dart, because I was holding my
toss in the dart. Yep, absolutely. Go ahead and throw it.
Actually, as a bonus action as well, can I use Maddening Hex? I forgot about that ability, and it's a bonus action.
Sure. What does it do?
Thank you.
Wait, well, doesn't he take damage from whatever hex thing you did earlier anyway, since you hit him with something?
No, that's
it's
Hex Blades
melee.
first.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Isn't it Maddening Hex a concentration thing though? No. Oh, it's just.
Maintaining Hex is spell.
Concentration.
Oh, yeah.
Manning Hex, separate thing. It means you do more damage on attacks.
Okay,
and
so
stuff.
basically it just means he takes more damage.
Yeah, he just takes 5 charisma.
Okay.
So 5 points of damage. Just a little bit more damage for free.
Okay, cool. You see him sort of shake his head as the psychic damage sort of penetrates through. Dart, dink, messes off of his, but it is now your turn. As the cloud is now dispersed, Luna.
Okay. I'm gonna really hope this works. We're gonna put on that staggering smite.
Ooh, okay.
Run up and punch him in that. Oh, wait. Healing dice, staggering smite.
Okay.
That is just in case something weird happens. Every point counts. This one. Where's the smite? And moving up there. So we can do this.
So it's quarterstaff or
because since I'm smiting, that
24 hits.
All right, so there's that, and then the smite damage.
So he has a wisdom saving throw he needs to make.
Yes.
Ooh. On a 20, he's going to make it.
Oh well, he still takes the damage. He
Still
just doesn't
takes,
get the other.
yeah, he just, what's the rest of it?
He would have had disadvantage on stuff, but he
Right.
still takes the 9.
Okay.
That's not effective. So that's first attack. I still have 2 more. Nope.
Nope.
I don't have any left. Oh well. That's my. You know what? I have 1 luck dice left. I will use that. I would really like to hit this guy. No. Oh well. That's me.
Okay. So that is Vertex's turn. You are right there. He is going to look at you and ooh, how far away is Vidar?
25 feet.
25 feet. Let me check this. Ooh. He is going to wheel around Luna just to this side here. Sort of positioning himself. Put out both hands. And cast a line. Oops, it locked in. Anyway, it's a line of acid. It hits you both because he lined you up. I can do this. I know how to use Roll20. I do. There we go. As you see this line of acid come pouring out from inside of him.
Can I do... I can't remember. Can I do my Channel Divinity as a reaction, or is that only on my turn?
It's only on your turn.
Okay,
no, we said it was a reaction because that only makes sense if it's a reaction.
Right, okay. So I will go ahead and use that to protect Sathander.
Okay.
You really think she would protect Vidar?
No, of course not.
Well, I mean, I'm protecting the body, so it's basically whoever.
Yep. So y'all both need to make dexterity saving throws as this line of acid.
I will go ahead and burn an advantage on this in case I roll poorly for some reason.
What does the channel divinity do?
It reduces magical damage. It halves it.
Yeah. So basically, it's like you saved even though you failed, you saved your. It's as though you saved. And Luna, you actually made yours, so yours goes down to a quarter, I guess. So that would be you take 4 acid damage. And because of Luna's interference, you only take 8. Vidar. And I'm just going to do this so I remember to do it right now, because otherwise I will forget. Good to know. As his line of acid does recharge. Next up is Sathander. Let's do that roll. Who is number 1? Cilia?
Cilia.
Yep. Oh,
I saw Vogue.
Cilia in.
We need some big hits here. We need some big hits.
I'll try. I will certainly try.
So Cilia, Sathander now goes into your shape, and as your assassination skills course through his veins, Luna is right there in melee range.
Yep.
Yeah, she is. Oh. Da, 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 da. All right. I believe. And
Heart of the dice.
I'm going to use. I gotta find it.
So Hawkeye, I always go additive on my monsters so that the stream doesn't know how close they are and possibly spoils what the monster's hit points totals are. That's why I add up instead of subtract down.
I'm going to use my shadow ambush. Give myself advantage.
Nice. That one's nasty.
I'm gonna use an inspiration.
Okay.
Come.
11.
No, she's on advantage, so it's only. That's all she. Yeah.
Do it.
It's enough.
All of my sneak attack damage is maxed.
It is maxed. This is nasty.
Nice.
So, there, and my sneak attack is 40. Where's my sneak attack at? Oh, yeah, 46.
46. Golly.
That's 24.
Plus
24.
13. Plus 24.
37 damage.
Yep.
And
yeah, you see, your rapier comes out and you go right sort of between his, one of the gaps and sink deep into him as he was not expecting a rogue and certainly not expecting a rogue with Shadow Ambush. So yeah, with that hit, he is bloodied. He is not looking good.
And now, enlightenment.
I'm sorry?
Wait, where's my enlightenment offhand?
Because that was just one attack.
Lightning dagger.
Yep.
Oh, wait, sorry, that's assassinate.
Yeah.
Where's my offhand? Do I have one for offhand? Yes, I do. Oh.
11.
Yep, on 11. With that pain, he sort of winces and that opening closes up as he sort of spins to look at you and sort of...
He hisses?
He doesn't hiss. I'm used to being monsters. I'm not used to being... He's like... He says an expletive at you, which I will not use so I don't have to pay the swear jar.
Rawr, he makes
I believe that's Sathander's turn, yeah?
You got me.
Yes. Good show. Good show. Yeah. So that's Sathander's turn. Unless you got anything else, Celia. So, Luna. Is he going to use a legendary? Stand by. God. What does he have? He's got a legendary action. Just in frustration, he's gonna whip strike back at with an 11. Apparently the pain hurt too much. Misses Celia with his whip strike, linking the two Morning Stars together to give him extra range. And does not hit. Luna, it is your turn.
Okay, I'm tired of missing this guy, so I'm gonna make it so I can't miss him. And I keep forgetting I can do that. Where is it? Boom. Screw you.
Oh, damn it. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, no, screw your armor. I don't care.
So he needs to roll a dexterity save.
Yep.
What?
On a 22, he does save. So he's
fine.
not
Still
knocked
takes the
prone, but he
damage.
still takes the 15 damage.
All magical.
Yep. As you see this, what had been red hot armor begin to now get rapidly cooled, and you do see it seems to weaken a little bit.
And then healing die off.
It's a special item that she has. Her staff has elemental magic in it. Basically, it's like a drag. It's like a small dragon's breath weapon with cold damage.
And because that's an action, so bonus dodge. I've done my healing dice. That's my turn.
Cool. It is Vertex, and you see him with his hand on one side of him, and you see his hand glow a sickly green as he lays on hands of himself, because our boy is a paladin. And pumps a whole bunch of healing into himself.
I hope he rolls terribly.
You don't
on
roll
hands
with
is
flesh,
flat.
no.
Oh, that's right, it is.
He's probably just healed like some
40 damage.
40 damage. We're screwed.
You do notice that his armor does seem to be somewhat less intact than it was before from the heating and cooling, but that is his turn. Seth Anderson's turn.
So he's still prone?
Yeah, he didn't get knocked prone. He saved.
He saved.
He saved, takes the damage, but doesn't get knocked prone. It is Seth Ander. Come on, Seth. Who are you going to be?
I'm back.
4. Oh, damn it.
Guess who's back? Back again.
Guess who's
Luck
back?
is back.
Oh,
House
this
of
is...
Rickman.
Damn it. Okay.
Look
Hey,
at.
my bad.
I wonder how good his strength is. Well, we're about to find out, aren't we?
So first of all, healing die because everything hurts.
Yep.
Yep.
The gods say I have 30 HP now. Okay. We'll spend. Thank you, chat. Spend that advantage. Let's make an attempt to knock him prone.
Okay.
Come on,
So
I
what
need a
is
good
this?
roll.
Shove, contested strength.
Yeah, 11. Why?
I'm not even kidding. Chat, back me up. He rolled a 10.
Yes!
He is knocked prone, so you have advantage on your
Knock
next
him the
pick attack.
gods!
Yes.
Wacka wacka.
Get. Bonus action. Screw it. Every damage counts. Bonus action. I'll take the 7 damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. Let's burn him with some fire right stuff, and I hope he dies. Ah!
Okay, double
Doesn't
right.
Ah!
Didn't you have the lightning one already?
No,
activated?
that's on crossbow.
Oh,
I can-
okay.
I can have multiple rights going.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And I'll spend that inspiration. Screw it. Go.
Let's see if you're going to hit his new armor class.
Please. Please. Yes.
On a
That would hit the old one.
22, you definitely hit. And the pick goes slamming into our boy.
14. Nice. And then some, so do, yep. 1d, yeah, fire damage. Boop. 3.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to do?
Pray to the gods that he doesn't hit me back.
Remember, you guys have 3 healing potions, but for the 2 of you.
Should
You
I?
already used bonus action though, so you can
Yeah,
use it.
yeah.
You can do it as a bonus, but just a reminder that you all do have those.
Yeah, I've already used my bonus action, so we're moving on.
Yep. Luna, you are up.
Well, if you use your bonus action, don't you get a second attack?
No, I get 2 attacks
He
because
shoved his first attack.
Oh,
The
okay.
extra
My
attack
bad.
was so
Yeah.
he had advantage.
yeah.
All right. Well,
He is still prone though, so
I'm gonna while he's still prone, I'm gonna take advantage. Just beat the ever-living crap out of him. Hopefully.
This was more getting you.
23
to
will hit, 22 will hit, 21 will hit, 24 will hit. Son of a
sense the
bitch!
weakness.
How did this just turn on me? I was
Just
about to win.
You're just curb stomping him.
I mean, you are just curb. I mean, just
Well, we
not even-
haven't seen the damage yet, to be fair.
Yeah.
But
Well, 9, 10, 19, 25, 32. Yeah, I would count that as a curb stomp.
Where's your lay on hands now,
Now!
Paladin?
this is Thirk's town.
Gone now.
That was smite.
I already used my smite.
Um,
And healing dive because
yeah.
yeah, that's a good one.
Golly, so you did 32. You shoved him down. He's going to split these attacks as he takes his action to stand up in the armor. And yeah, he is going to vicious against our buddy Luck.
You are.
16?
Your gods have abandoned you. I have a helmet, so so my AC is 17.
Ah, damn it.
That helmet has helped me so much more than you can imagine, Jay.
If he would have had the advantage, it would have been a nat 20. Against Luna, a 24 with the Morning Star.
Yes, that will do it.
For 8 piercing, 6 acid reduced to 3. And then back to Luck with the regular Morning Star. A 19, that's more than your 17.
Yep.
But it is 11 reduced to 5, 12 reduced to 6.
Whew. I'm still up, guys. I can take one more attack, probably.
So with that, he's going to stay right there because he doesn't want an attack of opportunity. Beginning of Seth Anders' turn, and let's
Tag me
roll
out.
and see.
Tag me out, 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 tag me out.
Where is it? Where is it? Echo shape. A 3.
Oh,
which
that's
was
bad.
no.
Axel, so it means that it is Sethander appears.
That's real bad.
Good, right?
Ooh, so on to Sethander's sheet.
He has something, right? He's got like the power word kill, right?
He's got some healing potions.
He's got healing potions.
Yep.
He does. Yep.
Actually,
Is Vertex still prone?
Vertex
No, he got
is
up.
still...
No, he stood up.
Oh, no, he stood up.
Yeah.
But... Yeah, no, he is going to cure wounds on himself with his action. And I thought I had loaded it in, but I didn't. What's cure wounds?
Oh, cure wounds.
2d8 at first level. Plus.
He would
spell
cast
cast.
it second.
Yeah.
So 2d8 plus wisdom.
Yeah.
2d8 plus wisdom. Sorry, I thought I had loaded it in, but I had not. But he's a druid, and 2d8 plus his whiz, which is 3. Whew, for 11 points of healing on Sethander. That would be his action. He looks to Luna and pats the healing potion, one of the healing potions on his holster, and is looking for direction, whether he should drink a healing potion as well.
She will thumbs up.
So he will do that. 2d2 plus 2.
2d2?
2d4. I'm sorry. You know what
I'm just like, wow, you are trying to kill him.
Wow, Jay.
What healing potions did we buy?
Wow,
That's not
7.
Jay.
He really that worked pretty well. Again. So that's his action, bonus action. He's not going anywhere. However, seeing a new player, a new someone on the field, Vertex is going to, after just healing themselves, being a healer himself, is going to whip strike. 21 is going to hit on Sethander for 8 slashing. And he did drink the potion, though, so I will give him the acid resistance because it's his body.
Mm-hmm.
Would that work? Does that make sense? I think that
I'd
makes
say
sense.
so. Yeah, it's affecting his physical.
There you have it. So that is Sethander's. That is Vertex's legendary action. Luna, it is back to you.
Okay.
He is not happy with you. He kind of looks to whips this thing, and these guys, Morning Stars, looking at you, saying, "As you just the very definition of kicking a man when he's down."
Oh, I'm sorry, Poodle. Are you mad? Are you mad? Winds of Winter. Those are my other 6 charges.
Fuck.
Screw your armor.
Okay, Winds of Winter. It.
Or Frozen Sharp Barrages.
Yeah.
Down there.
Another
Yes.
Damn. And this is again dexterity. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Get out of the way.
Don't go out of the way.
5.
Get on the ground.
So he falls prone and takes the 19 damage, and has slipped on the ice and fallen to the ground as this huge frozen ice barrage comes out and just assaults him. That's your action. Do you have a bonus?
I'm trying to figure out what I'd like to do for bonus. For my bonus, I will.
Hey, Jazz Hands, thanks for coming in.
That's an action. Dang it. Is that a bonus? Where are these all actions? I'm gonna. You know what I will do? I will Shield of Faith is what I will do.
Okay.
On you said the bonuses would pass along the body. Is it better to do
So yes, it would Shield of Faith. So Shield of Faith is the
+2 to
Are you talking about Sanctuary or Shield of Faith?
No, Shield of Faith.
Shield of Faith, yeah, as long and it's concentration, right?
Yeah, it is concentration.
Right.
Yes.
You can Shield of Faith, yeah, absolutely. Give Sethander will always have, all bodies will. Yep,
Yeah,
that's a boon.
I think
I'll accept that.
There we go. Shield of Faith. So that's action, bonus action. I have not healing dice this turn, so I'll do that, and that's my yes. That's my turn.
Nice.
Thank you, Chad.
We love you.
Vertex is going after you kicked him to the curb. He is going to take one shot.
I hit him with wind.
He is going to take one shot at Sethander with a Morning Star. 21 is going to hit him even with the +2 for 7 piercing. Ooh, and 11 acid.
Has acid resistance.
5. So 5. Or was it 22?
What?
Because you said he has it.
A 21.
No. So is the acid? So is it 11 before the acid resistance or after it?
Oh, acid resistance. You're right. No, it's 11 that would be reduced. So
Okay.
it would be 5. So it'd be 7 plus 5, which would be 12 points of damage.
Yay.
All right, all his healing's gone.
Slander's looking rough, but he's our buddy Vertex has got Little Miss kick him to the curb, and he is turning his vicious Morning Star and the other Morning Star with his second deck 24 to Luna, which will be 10 magical piercing, 7 acid, reduced to 3, and the other Morning Star attack 28. Boy, he's been so close to a crit so many times, which does 11 piercing and 10 reduced to 5 acid.
Okay, so it's 16. All right. Look. So that's 2.
Need a 1 or 2.
And it is Sethander's turn.
1 or 2, 1 or 2, 1 or 2, 1 or 2.
It's all going to come down to the dice, which is how it should be.
1 or 2.
A 2
Whew.
brings in Vidar. Vidar, you are face to face. Penumbral blades drawn. No acid cloud to be seen. All of a sudden, Sethander's shape turns to Vidar, feeling full of health and vigor and the expertise of wielding Lysithea, now in Penumbral Blade form.
Let's go ahead and use up that advantage. Thank you, chat. And let's begin the onslaught of the Penumbral Blades.
Okay.
Let's hope.
Here comes the first advantage.
So at a 23...
Brilliant.
At a 23... I gotta do math.
Hold on.
I mean,
Oh, it's only a 15, don't worry. Yep.
He casts shield.
Ah.
You rude monstrosity.
So the first attack, all but seems like it's gonna all but crash through.
Okay, so that's the first hit.
Said I was gonna play it to win it. I still have shield
I'm
left.
gonna inspiration die on this one, and if not, I'm then going to mulligan.
So I'm sorry. You have advantage. And your inspiration dying. Is that what I'm hearing? Or wait, no. Are you have the 17? What are you working from? The 17?
Working from 17 using inspiration die, and if not that, I'm going to mulligan the actual roll.
Okay.
So let's just try that again. So first up is a D12 inspiration. Not going to work.
Nope.
yeah, actually,
just-
no. Wait.
Shield,
No.
Shield stays
Shield.
up through his turn.
Shield.
Until the end of his
Shield.
turn.
Mm,
Nah.
Can I add the?
No.
Can I add the? Since it's 22, can I add the 4 from the inspiration to that because it's the new mulligan roll? Make it
You
20
already rolled your inspiration. So okay, that was a mulligan roll. 26
that
hits.
second one was a mulligan roll.
Yes, 26 hits.
Okay. Wonderful. I'm going to also use Eldritch Smite.
Ooh, okay. This is gonna hurt.
And he's going to go prone.
I think.
Where is
Actually, was he already prone?
Oh yeah, he was already prone because he failed the other save. That's right.
Oh.
Yeah, so you didn't need to
He was
do the
already
reroll,
prone.
yeah.
So yeah, you didn't need. So you can give yourself the mulligan back on the 25. You would have hit. Sorry, he was already prone.
Oh, okay.
Wonderful. Thank you. All right. So enjoy some Eldritch Smite. So 29 points, and then I'm just going to be slashing him again. Oh no! Wait, sorry. Disregard that Eldritch Smite. So that's going to be another Ponandral Blade at advantage for a crit.
So,
And
Sathander, how do you do this?
Yeah, how does Sathander do this, Jay?
How does Sathander do this knowing that Vidar gave him... Yeah. Knowing that Vidar gave him that talk a little bit ago. Under the moonlight sky.
Yeah, I was going to say, how? It's up to you. How does Sathander, wielding your power? So actually, I guess it is sort of.
Yeah.
Sathander, wielding the tumbling blades, bringing them out, making the slashing attack, seeing the shield come into place, and then thinks back on the form that he's using now. The form that was trying to use him before to save himself from death. And that anger and that feeling that builds up inside of him, sort of a rage of being used, and he just goes, "Never again. I'm nobody's tool." And takes the penumbral blades, and their circular forms become like a giant pair of scissors and just slice Vertex's head off of his shoulders, and you see the helmet roll to the ground, the armor shattering from the force of the Eldritch Smite that had already been embrittled, and the room goes dark. It just fades away, and you find yourself in a cavern deep in the ground. And you hear around you,
Huzzah!
The drums. Luck, Cilia, Axel, Vidar, you were watching on, seeing yourselves, Sathander, become yourselves as he fought, and Luna out there keeping them alive, and you can see Sathander looks to you, Luna, dropping Vidar's shape in his back.
You did it.
We did it. We did it. He just runs over and just gives you a huge hug, if you'll let him.
Luna will actually go ahead and embrace him back.
Oh!
Vidar just begins to clap.
You did it. I'm so proud of you.
Who was that guy?
Someone I have fought in the past. Me and the others.
You fought him before?
It was a hard battle.
Yeah, I bet.
And you did it.
we all did it. He sort of looks around to all of you, and he sort of locks eyes with Vidar for a second, and he just kind of gives a nod of that. Thanks. That it was Vidar's form that sort of led him to victory with the only crit in that entire battle.
Technically, that was a double crit.
Oh yeah, I know, because it's Penumbral Blades is awful.
Yeah, and the curse. Oh
yeah.
Vidar sees a glance and just gives him a nod back and a wink.
Celia gives him a smile and says, "Nice use of the void."
That's incredible. That you can just like do that?
Mm-hmm.
And he looks to Axel and goes, "Sorry,
Axel's not actually there."
Oh, that's right. Axel's not really there. Never mind. Sorry, I forgot.
You don't have to feel bad about it.
Doesn't have to feel bad about that.
Like
that he killed Axel.
He thinks he sees Axel.
Yeah.
Axel just sneezes at the tea hive.
Axel, having a cup of tea, gets a little pepper up his nose. What was that? Huh. And Luck, I mean, he just comes over and sort of runs over to the sides where you all are standing with Lady Coliena and the rest of the drummers, and just kind of group hugs it. If he's a kid who just won the championship football game or whatever, I guess football works for Europeans too, or Australians.
Luna will sort of like slip behind him, hand on the shoulder. Like she's got to, like, you hugging me is fine. Group hug is not.
Yeah. And
you know how to take a beating. That's good.
So do you. He kind of looking up at you. He's much shorter than you. He's probably only about 5'6", 5'7". So he kind of looks up. He's like, I don't. Do you always get to be the guy who they just hit on? He kind of.
Not dead yet.
Yeah, because damn, you can take a beating, that's for sure. And Luna, how about you stomping on him? You stomped on his head.
He kept getting up.
He did, didn't he? Man, he kept coming back.
He's resilient.
So, does it always feel this cool when you win?
There is a certain thrill.
Take it with a note. Winning battles is all fair and fine, but it's never pleasant when you have to take a life.
Yeah, it was kind of gross when his head popped off. I didn't think that was the way that was going to happen. I didn't realize there was so much guts inside people.
You did well to wield Lysithea.
That's pretty cool.
Mm.
You are bonded with the air. You can perhaps make a wind wall of sorts to prevent blood from getting on
you.
Was that your first real encounter as such?
Well, yeah. So, looks to Lady Coliena. What is that? What's next? She just sort of looks and goes, "There's still much training to do, but you have earned an evening of celebration. I can take you back to the chateau, and I believe you'll be attending the ball tonight, yes?" And he sort of smiles and goes, "Yeah, Mom and Dad said if I won that I could go." So he kind of looks around. I guess I'm going to the party with everyone. I'll see you all there.
And Luna, who looks at him a little sternly, "It will be you there, correct?"
Yeah. Yes. It will be.
Good. I look forward to seeing you again.
And he kind of looks at Vidar and goes, Thanks, Lysithea. That was really neat. And as he says that, Lysithea pops into your hand.
Oh, hello.
As there's one last thing to show.
What? As he said thanks, I do walk over to him and put my hand.
Oh, come on. Really? Did that really just do that?
That really just did that. I put my hand, I pat his shoulder, and I say, "You did well. Forge your own destiny, Savander."
Oh, that's pretty sweet.
Oh,
that's really one.
That is shiny.
That's pretty. Have we mentioned the Vice's anime? So any weapon designs we may have might not be physically possible to wield, but they do look cool.
Yes, that's so cool. I love Lysithea. I love it so much.
It's just an entire blade. It's not even like a sword at this point. It's just a blade.
It's just a big piece of metal.
You just wield a giant blade
down there at the bottom.
That's awesome. Yeah. That makes my imagery 10 times more metal than what I normally imagine. Like I can imagine he wakes up and shaves with this thing.
Yeah, just ships it into a dagger. Very condescending for Lyle, but hey, that looks good.
So I apologize, chat. I was seeing the rolls on my screen, and I are out to the things, but I now see that you guys were not seeing the rolls out there, out in the world. I am very sorry.
No.
I apologize that y'all
Tech
didn't.
Pro Streamer.
Pro Streamer, as always. It wouldn't be our 90th episode if I didn't screw up something. But yeah, so there were lots of cool rolls that happened. There they are. Look, there's the rolls from the battle. Yay! I think we announced pretty much all of them. But
look, pretty blade.
Yeah.
Anyway,
very pretty sword.
So,
my God, that's pretty.
As you guys head out into the center of the stone well, this place of the stone druids, and look up to the sky, Lady Coliena comes out, and again you are wrapped in this flurry. Actually, I'm sorry. Before that happens, Lady Coliena walks over to Luna and gives you a slight bow. My thanks for standing with Savander in the right. And she pulls from her cloak one raven black feather. And she hands it to you and goes, "There is a time when you will need this. When there is something that will become desperate and you will need to take care of it." And she looks over at Luck pointedly and back to you. "Luna, this feather will take you where you need to go when the time is right."
Luna will nod and try and wrap the feather as carefully as possible and kind of stow it in the pack. Actually, could I? No, it's not gonna. It's gonna clash with the dress. I can't put it in my hair. We'll stow it in the pack carefully.
Okay. But yeah, and then Savander is still running around, very excited, and gathers everyone together, and she swirls her cloak, and the black raven feathers encase you, and you find yourself in this sort of other plane of existence where just a few steps you have to take, and the swirling ends, leaving you back at Larksfrane Chateau in Falcon's Crest. Where
Everyone.
the sun has gotten lower in the sky.
Oh.
And there is still much to do. Luck, go ahead.
I don't have a change of clothes.
Yes, you do.
Okay, I have a change of clothes.
It's probably around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You certainly would have time to make it back to the Windward Star. Do any last hemming and tailoring that Luna needs to do to get everyone ready.
Mm-hmm.
And
Very eventful thing. I think it's time for us to hit the showers.
Why is this so small? And what is this thing on the? What's this frilly stuff? And are these pants?
Just don't ask questions and put it on.
What are with these shoes? Where's the shoe?
If you need a hand, I will give it to you. Either put it on yourself or I will do it for you.
Where's the gloves?
Luna is in mission mode to get you all to the party on time. Cross her at your own risk.
Like if I have to do the put pants on a squalling, kicking child, I will do it.
Looking at Luck's hand, his fingernails are probably caked with dirt.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You do find Iska has arrived back. She knew not to be late, and you guys, for those of you who watched, you guys basically can prepare yourself for the ball, which we will get into next time. So if there's any little things you want to do before your evening, the celebration is certainly roaring outside, and the sun is getting lower in the sky, getting ready for an evening of frivolity out in the insanity that is the Solstice Festival.
I do actually. I'm going to change slightly what I'm going to do. I'm going to basically make you like another little necklace, so it's a little long, and make a little loop and cinch it on it.
Okay. Oh, with a feather and sort of tuck it in.
Yes.
Gotcha. Cool.
I like to imagine that Celia is on hair duty while Luna is on dress duty.
Yep. Basically.
Vidar just has a very long, hot shower while he can. Like, I'm talking an hour.
Luck fights with the clothing.
What? He's actually the only one here who doesn't have an issue.
What is this?
He's got a lot of hair he needs to work on.
Vidar comes
No,
out.
I need to do your hair too, Axel.
Yeah, no, you need to do his hair.
It's gonna take hours.
Vidar is really
Which is why we're starting early.
Yep. Hawkeye, so sorry. It's like I'm now rolling back in chat and seeing your thing saying hidden dice rolls for episode 90, and I totally missed it to clue in that I had the dice rolls hidden from you guys, because in my OBS it was there, but y'all didn't see it. Hype up the excitement there a little bit, or not. Anyway, thank you everybody for tuning in to our 90th episode, seeing all of our fun new artwork, hearing our new music, and let's go around real quick so folks can tell us where you can find them. Also, I'd love to get your feedback on what you thought of the combat rite, and whether it was interesting or something to use again or develop more, or to leave it behind as a lesson learned. We will start off with Templar Warden.
Hello, I'm Templar Warden. I was playing Hidden by Axel, the Tapaxi wizard who investigates secrets and then spills them all. This is how it works, right? He was also the one who was not involved in lots of this. You may catch me anywhere on the internet as Templar Warden. You may catch me on Twitter at Rainer Templar. You may, of course, catch me here every Vice session, most Vice sessions. Can't predict the future. Couple of things. If you want to join us in the community, we got a Discord in the chat. I'll put it in there. We've, of course, got awesome new artwork from Asa.
Asa, yeah.
I'll put a link to her Twitter in the chat as well. But yeah, good fun. I really quite it was interesting. I wouldn't say it was groundbreaking, but it was a good fun and a mix-up of certainly. But I quite enjoyed it enough.
Cool. Next up, Tree Hugging Druid.
Hello, I'm Tree Hugging Druid. You can go find me on Twitter. I don't really tweet things, but I retweet when D&D is happening. So if you want to know if D&D is happening, follow me. You can also find me on Friday evenings at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, playing Gypsy, a bard rogue. The party is completely split up right now. We're fine. We totally weren't carried away by rushing water. We're fine.
Don't camp in valleys.
What happens when you camp in valleys, man?
Next up, we have NNG9. Cryophos for the sub. Thank you.
Woo, the sub. Yes, I am Energy9 on Twitch, where I am going to do the final boss battle on KH3 today. To see how in the world it's in, and I also found enough of the extra stuff so I can get the super special extra sauce ending.
Woo!
Where I found some of it, and Commodus was nice and found the rest while I was playing the Vice. Yeah, I'm also at NG98 on Twitter. I tweet stuff, plan of the week when I remember to put it in there, and just random stuff. It's good to be here. Awesome. I liked the session. There we go.
Cool. Next up, we have Good Guy Pie. You muted yourself and said unmute.
I am definitely on one today. But I am Good Guy Pie. It has been a wonderful session. And you can find me at Too Good 2 Guy on the Twitter, the Too Good Guy Pie on the Twitch, which I should be streaming in about hour and a half. Bit of late night streaming. Going to do some horror games. And the combat was interesting. I think it's definitely something I haven't done before, sort of playing tagged, pretty much a tag match with your own party. I think there's definitely room for like development in terms of maybe pacing and bit more maybe something else for the other party members to do during that, because with the roles you got some people sitting out for quite a few rounds. But I thought it was interesting and fun overall.
Yep. Yeah, I'll give you sort of my thoughts when I was putting it together of once everyone's done theirs. Dragons or cats?
Hello, I'm Dragons of Cats, and that was a lot of fun. The mechanics itself was, it was fairly fun. It had me on the edge of my seat every time for the roll to see who was coming, who was shifting in next. It was good fun. But oh boy, that was just poetic justice for the ending of that fight, and just it worked so well. Thank you so much. You can catch me on Twitter and on Twitch as Dragons Are Cats, and you can catch me on Wednesday nights Australian Eastern Standard Time of 7:30 p.m. where I do my own little D&D stream. And yeah, good times, cool. Great advice. Let's hurry up. When's the next session?
Yeah, next week. I'm Tall Squall. I was your DM. Reminder: we run our station 100% for charity this month, dedicated endeavors, which we will be donating to tomorrow. The money that you have helped us to raise, as you can see, the donations from chat certainly go a long way in helping out the party as I throw crazy things at them. But for me, the biggest thing I was trying to do is I knew that it was going to be Luna and Sethander as in a combat. And I didn't want basically the other 4, could have been 5 players sitting and having just watch the whole time. Since Sethander did have this, Echoes trait, which lets him basically wild shape into other classes, I thought, well, why not have the players play those instead of it being me and Luna playing against me as the villain. So just wanted to try to have something to make it seem like it wasn't the whole party fighting someone, just fighting a boss. So it seemed like it was a real trial and a bonding moment between Luna and Sethander. But still let the rest of the party have something to do, which is often kind of one of the hard things when you try to have sort of small one-on-one combats. I know when I'm a player, watching an NPC and a PC fighting a boss can get long. So I wanted to try to do something. But I agree with you, Luck, of coming up with even more of a something to do when your number's not up. Originally, until I remember just how strong Vertex is, I will tell you, I did not buff him at all. That is him in his original form. Yeah.
How did we win?
Well, but that's the thing, is you got to remember, because it was 6 against 1. The big thing with this is the fact that he only has 1 legendary action, but when it's 2 against 1, all you need is 1. So basically, he gets to go every other person. At least have 1. He gets that extra attack. Whereas with a single legendary action against 6 people, 3 of which are classes that get extra attacks, you guys, were hitting him 9 times to 3. Whereas in this case, it was more like you were hitting him potentially sometimes only 3 to 1. So it definitely changed his power in one-on-one or 2, small group fights, especially as being a paladin. And I mean, the one thing he didn't use, because y'all killed him before he had a chance, he was going to use it next. He was going to kill Vidar with his acid smite. He had a level 5 acid smite.
That was broke out in the. You could have totally TPK'd us, originally.
Well, I will also tell you I'm a much better DM now than I was. Because I remember then, when it was over, me looking back, is like, God, I completely forgot to use that. I completely forgot to use that. I actually, in the first fight, if you recall, I used his disarm, but I never got a chance to use it here because no one missed with it. You all missed so badly, it wasn't that he captured your weapon. You had to have missed. You had missed with a 19. And I'd already used I think the one time that happened.
Yeah,
I'd already used my reaction because it's his reaction to do that. The other one is I was holding that shield just in case for when it mattered, and y'all still beat it. So no, I thought it was fun. I had a good time on my side. It was good to kind of revisit an old boss. I'm hoping he gave you all some nostalgia and a little bit of fear in seeing our old friend from the Black Dragon flight again. I also got to bring out my dragon map, so that was fun. But anyway, thank
just
you.
Looking at the new Lysithea art and just looking at the details zoomed in is incredible.
I will send it to you. It is. He did an amazing, amazing job. In fact, I should put that link up. I have been remiss in not saying who did it. Stand by so that I can put it up there.
I love what he did with the ring.
This was done by Max Beach Creative, who, if you don't follow him, he is great. He has been doing sword designs out there, and he did Lysithea for me. We went through a lot of different revisions. If you zoom in on it, you will see it has it is dragon runed. We actually used your actual dragon runes for it. So it actually is dragon runed. Where the hole is, there is the ring, sitting there in the ring. And then sort of like that cosmic map radiating out from the ring where the ring socket's in. The wave motif up there at the top is the tempered with the tides. So we tried to use all of the different sort of titles that were in there. And the up here around the flash is sort of like, it looks like the stars, so it's like the void. So we tried to use all those things of his title from his reforging to be in there as well. So
I love it.
Our sentient sword, who is sort of a member of the party as well. That was a little bit of art for me as one of my NPCs, since all the characters got new art. But anyway, so thank you all, everyone, for tuning in for our 90th episodes. I certainly appreciate you all stopping in and spending your Saturday afternoon with us. Thank you so much. And we will be moving on to the rest of Solstice. And just to let my party know, so you can start planning for it, at the end of all of this, you can be expecting a level up. So...
Yeah.
So all this things after fighting an aboleth and going through this rite and other things, there is level up in your future. So
I'm getting a feat. I'm getting a feat.
So get ready for it. It's level 8, and we will see how that all goes. And
Yay, level 8.
This is the only time I'm ever going to be happy about a level up. So guys, just give it to me.
I don't know. I'm sure I can figure out a way to ruin it for you.
I've already planned mine.
So
Already planned mine.
Anyway, until next time, everyone, gather your friends together and tell a story, because that's what it's all about. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of your day, rest of your weekend. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
I'm gonna